Segundo, estoy intentando darle a Go Live. No estoy seguro si esté jalando en Instagram o no. Ahí está. ¡Listo! Ahora sí. Ahora sí, bienvenidos todos al Casino del Tío Salo, el casino lleno de degenerados con ustedes. Como saben, esto no es para que nosotros les demos información de cómo apostar, qué hacer, etcétera. Esto es para aprender, pero al mismo tiempo, pues hay cosas que pasan enfrente de nosotros en el momento real y entonces, pues hay que tomar acción. Pero cada quien, recuerden eso, esto es para divertirnos, pasarla bien, estar de degenerados y aprender algo de trading. Para todos ustedes es completamente gratis que lo están viendo. Si quieren unirse a nuestro Discord, por favor háganlo en el enlace que les dejé en la descripción del video y si no, se las voy a trepar acá rapidísimo. Es absolutamente gratis, nadie tiene que pagar por absolutamente nada. Entonces, para caer al Discord, poder platicar con nosotros, poder platicar, bueno, más que nada entre también los usuarios, echarse la mano uno a otro y asegurarse que las lecciones que estamos pasando le lleguen a todos ustedes. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, como siempre les tengo que advertir, esto va a ser inglés y español. Mis cuates Farhan y Alex hablan inglés, por lo que vamos a estar dándole inglés. Acabando su análisis, vamos a español y estamos leyendo los comentarios en mi canal de YouTube, los miembros del canal. Entonces, sin más ni más, vamos a empezar, damas y caballeros. Por supuesto que sí. Para todos ustedes que tengan preguntas de dónde hacemos trading, todo, si se meten a al Discord de Elite Trading Academy, ahí pueden ver en los enlaces todo lo oficial para que lo vean. Sin más ni más, les traigo a los caballeros como que no, Farhan, Alex. How you guys doing?
We're trying to survive. It's one of those weeks where we look at the wallets and you're like, I'm poor again.
I'm doing well, boys. Tired of living through historic events, honestly.
Well, you know, we haven't even gotten started, really. Let's talk about real quick of what we just saw, right? Because a lot of people might not be completely in on it. And we just want to say the reverse carry trade started to play out. That means a lot of people went and bought Japanese debt, basically got Japanese money, and then they went with that Japanese money and bought other assets that make them some money, right? Like that's basically it. You go to Japan, finance yourself for nothing, and then you go and spend it somewhere where the money's worth a lot. And that's what everyone did. So when Japan says, I'm going to raise interest rates, people were like, fuck, I'm going to sell my positions. So everything gets, I want to say reallocated. And then the Bank of Japan this morning or last night announced that, all right,
Yeah.
all right, we're done with this bullshit. We're going back to normal. Nobody worry about anything. And the markets are really happy after really thinking that we were going to collapse. Is there anything you guys want to say before we get started? Anything you're seeing?
I mean, yeah, Japan's response, it came very quick, actually, relative to everything unfolding. So, I mean, it's welcoming, obviously, to see the green in the markets, and it's responding well to the news, but it also just has that lingering question still of, if the U.S. is in a recession, our Fed's not going to be able to respond like that. And it's just like you said, this could just be the tip of the iceberg, essentially. So it is interesting to see how they responded very fast, how markets are responding to it. We're kind of seeing balance form in the markets. People are getting a little more comfortable now deploying. But, overall, it's something, to keep watching closely because while we still have all that, we still have war tension looming with Iran. Are they going to attack? Are they not? And that in itself can just be a lot bigger of an issue because then that can escalate, to other countries joining and it, having that kind of World War III vibe, I guess. So, yeah, a lot of tension overall, but that means volatility and most importantly, opportunity. So
we do enjoy volatility. How about you, Farhan?
And I guess today is the day we should be looking for that attack because the U.S., I think the Pentagon did say that they're expecting it by Wednesday.
By the way, I absolutely love that we have the dates that they tell us what type of rockets they're going to use because they were like, Iran, it was Iran announced that they're going to use this type of rocket against Israel and there's nothing they can do about it. It's just crazy that we know all these crazy war info.
The first war where both sides tell you exactly what they're going to do right before they do it. Just make sure to get all your people and all your valuable equipment out of the way so we can do our little attack. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
It's so retarded. I gotta say this. If you pay attention to the market and what just transpired right over the weekend, we saw the reverse carry trade play out right before the weekend. Like around Thursday, it started to really come undone, and then Friday really hit, and then Monday was really like the bad day. But over this whole time, they were telling us that there was going to be war this weekend, and they were like, it's going to happen, Iran's going to attack, and everyone was like set for that war. When the war didn't happen, which by the way, last time they did this was when it was the bottom of the market, October 2022, where they told us that, oh, nuclear war with Putin, blah blah blah. This could be a super mega pump scenario, but at the same time, I feel like it's too easy right now to just go in and go like, all right, Bank of Japan did it. There's no attack in the Middle East. Like, is it really that simple?
Yeah,
it never is. It never is.
You know, I was asking myself that exact question because oftentimes when, you know, as unfortunate as it is, when war happens, it often marks some kind of bottom, a war bottom, usually. But this is a little different just because of the, I guess, like I mentioned, like, you know, when people are looking at this and the potential of what it could be, you know, that I think that's the difference of it. Just kind of in the region where we're at, who's attacking who. You know, it is historic stuff, and then along with just like, you know, will Russia get involved with that? Will other countries in the Middle East get involved? Will it escalate? You know, things like that, and then Iran potentially having nuclear bombs and all that. You know, I don't know if it's just going to be quick and easy by the war dump, because what we could see is it just keep escalating. So one dump leads to the next and the next, and it's all just kind of news based, kind of like what we did see in 2022 heavily, where every dump we had was mainly news based, bad news that is. So, you know, could it be something like that where it just keeps, it's like a, you know, the snowball effect where just things, it just keeps spiraling and getting bigger and bigger, causing markets to just keep falling, you know, while the Fed's trying to, you know, cause a, you know, inflation. The rate cuts are happening along with the Japan stuff. It's a very tricky time for markets overall. Very interesting though.
That's what everyone's pricing in. So I think let's start with this bullshit. Everyone's asking, are we buying or not Bitcoin? Because I don't know if you guys know, but this is mainly what we trade in here.
Yeah.
It's Bitcoin because there's so much volatility. The price moves all the time, and it's in a way simpler to just learn the behavior of one thing, one asset, and go balls deep into it. You know what's going to make her scream. You know what she likes. You know what she doesn't like. So where do you guys want to start?
Yeah, so with Bitcoin right now, I'm not exactly certain about the Bitcoin bottom as much as I am about stocks. Because Bitcoin, the way I have a certain system I look at on the weekly, where if we get a weekly close below that last major close, which is currently at 55,900, it would invalidate the whole setup. And every single time that's happened in the past, it follows with the 25 to 40% dump from there. Currently, that low is at 55,900. We haven't broken that yet. On today's close, we'll see if it holds or not. It's not necessarily going to say that we're going to reverse from there and go to all-time highs. It is going to say that the hopium is still alive for the bulls. We don't have that yet. What we do have on stocks, though, that I really like to see is that every single stock index, the NASDAQ futures, the S&P futures, they both hit momentum extremes that they have not hit since the previous major crash of October of 2023.
Yeah.
And the one before that in let me check the exact date so I don't give you the wrong one.
I want to say 2021, no?
December,
2020.
December of 2022 and then 2020.
Oh, okay.
So we've never hit these significant extremes on stocks since then. And ever since then it's been the wise move to assume that is going to be the bottom. And until it doesn't work out, you should assume that it is going to work out. Plus, on top of that, we're hitting major EMAs on every single indice on the higher time frames, and the boomers trade based off of the EMAs. I wouldn't use that enough to take a trade off of that, but I would use that as something to like put your attention over here and keep watching this. Like if you guys were to see we're going to get to the charts later, but if you guys were to see the NASDAQ chart right now, it's probably putting in one of the best weekly candles I've seen in a while.
Really? Oh yeah, I see. But you know what? And before you guys share your screen with me, I'll put it on right now so that people can see it. There you go. What a reversal. This is a weekly, obviously, on the NASDAQ, but I'd say it's coming into resistance, right? And that's where I want to see. I want to see every single one of these indexes just really break through this resistance that they're all finding themselves in, because it's all around. Like, if you really look at it, and I'm sorry for all of my stupid drawings here. If you really look at it, this is the S&P 500. It's going again, like it's going exactly in the same pattern. Dow Jones, same thing. Look at where it's at. It's like going back to where it broke down. So that I find that interesting myself right now. It's looking really good, but I wouldn't say we're there yet to completely go balls deep. All right, if you guys want to get started with Bitcoin or whatever chart, send it over.
Right.
Cool.
Send it over here before we start the. And by the way, if you guys are watching on Instagram, if there's that chance, I recommend you find us on YouTube, you find us on Facebook, you find us on X, Salamandrian, basic bullshit. And the reason why is after an hour, this is going to cut off on Instagram, just so you guys know. All right, Alex, we're ready for your chart.
Nice.
What do you got there?
Yeah, so right now what we're seeing overall in markets is a recovery, but it's not it doesn't come as a surprise. I mean, even in the worst of times, we'll always get what they call like a dead cat bounce. And that's the big question everyone has. Is that what this is? Or, could we have potentially marked some kind of bottom here? And so before I start analyzing Bitcoin, I always like to just come back to the tether dominance chart, because that's a chart we've been looking at now for a few weeks. And you can see here on the weekly, we had an impressive breakout after structure was being formed on the weekly, which is something we were talking about pretty heavily. Now, currently, we did reject resistance pretty hard. This is this candle on this weekly still has 4 days to go. So there's still a lot of time for it to develop. But overall, the level that we hit, you can see it's quite important for tether dominance, especially on the weekly. Every time it's been reclaimed, which is this EMA 100 on the weekly, you could see the reactions through it. Now, the hopium here for bears would be, because remember, the correlation with tether dominance and crypto is inverse. So while this is bullish, cryptos will sell off.
So it's like the dollar, I would say, for anyone that's watching and they understand this in a simple way, you're looking at the dollar against stocks, if you will. So this is the dollar in crypto. Yeah.
100%. Yes. And, I look at the Dixie as well for risk on or risk off, but for crypto specifically, this is a lot more accurate. And currently, right now as it stands, we're putting in a really major rejection while even below the weekly EMA 100. So this is what my attention is going to be focused on, in the coming weeks. Because if price stays below here, to me, that could give more legs that potentially, this could be some kind of top forming on tether dominance, leading to potentially a lower low. And we know that if we basically break this low here at 4.68%, in my opinion. Now, why this is such a major level, though, is you can see the reaction here. It kind of looks similar in the sense that, even though we had a major rally up to it, the difference was it rejected both the meme line resistance and then this EMA 100 on the weekly. So now what we see here is the EMA right now on the weekly is pushed up exactly where this resistance zone is, and this is a previous breakdown level. So this 5.93% is a massive level across the board for crypto. If you're bullish, you want to see this reject. Right now, bulls have momentum to turn this red, which then would give us more fuel, in my opinion, to test this right here, the weekly EMA 9, along with this this weekly SMA 200, which on a weekly is extremely accurate. So then I would expect the weekly EMA 9 to come up right around where the SMA 200 is, right around 5.3%. So giving essentially what that could mean, though, is that could give Bitcoin more legs essentially to rise a lot quicker than most expect, which plays into my thesis right now. I think right overall what we saw the past few days was an aggressive move down across all markets, but specifically, Bitcoin and ETH got hit very hard. We saw ETH down over 15% in under 2 hours. Bitcoin had an impressive dump. So overall, when that happens, people get really accustomed to shorting. I remember me and Fawn were talking about it, and it was like for the whole night of, I think it was Saturday, had you just shorted anything Bitcoin or crypto related for the whole night, you would have been profitable. And that kind of mindset though sticks on to new traders, and then essentially they get comfortable with that, oftentimes leading to a bigger squeeze, which then on the flip side can trap longs. And so that's kind of the scenario I would see. We really want right now this EMA 100 to keep acting as resistance, along with this meme line here. This weekly though looks rejective, and that gives me more confluence that potentially we'll get a bigger bounce on Bitcoin. Now, where I'm looking for that bounce, it all really depends. Currently, as it stands, we hit basically our support perfectly that we talked about after breaking this channel down. To me, this just looks like a massive deviation with another weekly lower high leading to that lower low. The hopium here is, currently the EMA 9 on the weekly has been a massive level for Bitcoin. And you can just see here through this whole rally, if we go back, let's go to this chart here. And if you go and you see the reaction of reclaiming it each and every time it's held until the next leg up. Yeah. So then as soon as we lost it here, this was our first sign to be cautious, which is exactly where I stood with Bitcoin. Just always, cautiously trading it to the upside, but understanding, the levels we had to break in order to be bullish. And each and every time it failed to do that. And then also the 9 kept getting lost. And in my experience here, I'm expecting basically a move back into this EMA 9 on the weekly, which is sitting right now at $62,138. I think that this would be healthy. Bears would welcome it because it basically solidifies that what was once massive support is now flipped into massive resistance. Yeah, exactly. But then if we go deeper in and we want to look at the daily here, we also see that the daily SMA 200, along with the daily EMA 100, massive level if you trade the daily. And breaking that to me constitutes downtrends. We can see here the flip is very real, right? So like Bitcoin lost it here December 2021, and then had an impressive dump. This is where I believe a lot go wrong because they just start max shorting this, move down, only for this to happen. We get a squeeze up, we start forming structure. Bulls start getting trapped, in my opinion, because in this scenario, I do think the daily will reclaim the EMA 9, giving us fuel to push up, solidifying that the daily EMA 100 and the daily SMA 200 is going to be resistance, which is what you want to see in downtrends, basically bear markets. So as long as Bitcoin's below that, to me, I'm waiting for the retest, kind of like what we saw here. We retested it, rejected, came down, solidified its resistance, and then that's when the real move down. Yeah, exactly happened. Because what you'll see here is oftentimes people take the easy short, thinking, okay, this is easy money. They get squeezed out here. Longs are happy. Everyone's thinking they caught the bottom, only for Bitcoin to put in the real move down. After doing a simple to the book bearish retest, if you only look at EMAs. And so currently as it stands on the daily, I'm liking the correlation with this area here, because again, that sits right where the weekly EMA 9 is, right around that 61,700, 63,300. To me, I'm just patiently waiting to either look at the reaction to short or go long there. You can see here on a more tinier scale of things, we broke down here, consolidated, and then right here is where a lot of bulls got trapped, simply putting in the most obvious bearish retest leading to a dump. That's what I'm looking for here. If the market is truly bearish, I want it to prove to me that it is by flipping these massive levels, which is the weekly EMA 9, the daily EMA 100, and then the daily SMA 200 into resistance. If we get that, I'll happily short this down. But until then, I I don't really, I haven't really been day trading Bitcoin on the long side too much. I've just been more observing, and I've been observing the ranges essentially because when we get these massive down moves, what bulls want is essentially some consolidation, which just essentially will turn these moving averages more down, let it come more meet price, giving bulls more momentum to actually reclaim certain levels, causing the rally to happen again. So that's why I'm focused on these three levels on the charts, along with tether dominance, because I think it's key right now.
Yeah.
To focus on the bigger picture. Yes, we're having a bounce, but this bounce isn't a surprise to anyone who's traded markets, even for a year now. When we get big moves up, even dumps happen, and this just forms structure. So a bounce was definitely constituted considering how many red days we had across the board, but especially Bitcoin. The question everyone should just be asking is, how far is this pump going to take us, and are we actually going to reclaim some important levels? Now, on the flip side, the hopium now for bulls is the tether dominance on the weekly heavily rejected where it needed to. There's still a long time to close, but as long as it's below the weekly EMA 100 here, I think that tether basically Bitcoin bulls have still some legs to stand on, in the fact that this still could reject unless it gets reclaimed. Now, if
Yeah.
it gets reclaimed, then I do think it solidifies the fact that we are in a bear market. And the sooner we all jump on board with that thought, the sooner we can make money, because currently the trend is your friend. And to me, I'm seeing a downtrend on the weekly on Bitcoin. So overall, that's something I think that bulls need to look at. And then also on the flip side here, if you look at the monthly, the monthly is trying to reclaim exactly where it needs to. And there's still a long time for this to go. In my experience, with 24 days left, literally anything can happen with that amount of time with Bitcoin. So I'm taking the monthly with a grain of salt, but I'm always keep being mindful of this EMA 9 on the monthly, because we have never lost this on any kind of dump since basically this whole rally started. So I think it's important to watch this level, because every time we've lost it, essentially,
Bear market, son.
exactly, in simplistic terms. So this is the hopium right now.
Yeah.
Is tether dominance rejecting where it needs to on the weekly, and then also right now the monthly on Bitcoin is trying to reclaim that EMA 9's currently sitting right around 56,700. And then we were looking at VIX, last week. No, just a few days ago, and I wanted to kind of see the correlation of Bitcoin and VIX. Anytime VIX reached that $60 level, where did that put the correlation on Bitcoin? And so we see the current one that we had here, and then also we see this one as well. Is this time different? I don't know. I just thought that was interesting. VIX hitting 60, and Bitcoin putting in a nice bottom here before a major rally. So I thought that was interesting to me, because the VIX did hit an important level, and it did reject. So I know people look at that. I don't trade the VIX, but I use it as a gauge, basically, of just fear for stocks across
Have
the
you
board.
used have you done VIX divided by BTC divided by VIX? Check
Just
that
like
shit out
putting the two and
on
two
the weekly.
together.
Yeah,
Let's see.
as a pair. BTC slash.
Oh, I can just
Yeah,
pair it
slash
here.
VIX.
Oh, you want to slash it?
Yeah,
Okay.
VIX, and write VIX and hit enter. Just hit enter.
Okay. It's because I was going to compare. Let me go to the actual search here and do that.
Yeah,
There we go.
I just hit enter, and it always takes you to the chart. Look at that. And then put it on the weekly. Oh, you're in a monthly. Okay, so you can see every time it tops, that's Bitcoin topping, right? So this actually showed you, rather than what the RSI did, what the price did in the past, and it's following perfectly.
Yeah, that's very interesting to me, actually. Didn't even know about this pair, so that's definitely something I'll be looking at more because no, I see that correlation. It's highly interesting. So this tells you basically when essentially the VIX starts moving, it's time to pay attention, and that is something why on I believe it was Friday when we saw it move. It was I believe it was a over 50% move on Friday. To me, we haven't seen that happen in a very long time.
Yeah,
it was
it's a
giving me
big deal.
it was gonna be 2022 vibes essentially. And I saw a lot of people not talk about that, but to me, that was like the big reason on why I was cautious on Friday because A, it's Friday. B, we had a lot of closures across the board, like the monthly. And then also on top of that, there's all the tension and uncertainty. We had Bitcoin on Friday consolidate. It really wasn't moving while stocks were kind of getting hammered in the morning. It's most people that looked like strength. To me, I was very cautious on Friday. And the VIX was a big part of that because once I saw that moving, I know how that goes, especially with Bitcoin. So something to definitely watch. I'm going to put the BTC VIX on my watch list. That was a good call.
Yeah, it's a nice relation. It's interesting to what level it got when you look back down. So maybe it's just letting you know something. I'm going to analyze it more because I just also figure it out. So before you jump in, Farhan, let me just translate this in Spanish, and let's continue to go. So, all right, boys. So enjoy your time off. Bueno. Vale, vamos a analizar rapidísimo Bitcoin, que fue justamente lo que nos dijo Alex. Ese es el análisis de Alex antes de entrar al de Farhan para que lo puedan ver. ¿Qué estamos viendo en este momento? Vimos que el fin de semana Bitcoin cayó bastante fuerte y la razón por qué es simplemente por el carry trade. La volatilidad subió en extremos. Vimos al VIX dar un putazo para arriba más fuerte que el que te da tu mamá con las chanclas. Así que interesante cómo se pone la cosa. Ahora, esta es una tabla semanal de USDT Dominance. ¿Por qué es importante entender USDT Dominance? Porque esto es literalmente el equivalente al dólar contra las acciones, ¿no? Entonces, esta es la dominancia de USDT, que es el dólar, en contra de cripto. Cuando sube la dominancia del dólar, todas las acciones bajan. Recuerden, el 2022 lo que vimos fue un rally del dólar. Eso fue lo que hizo que todo bajara. Y es muy sencillo cómo lo puedes poner en tu cabeza. Lo tienes que ver así. Si el dólar está subiendo, prefiero tener dólares que acciones. Si las acciones están subiendo, prefiero tener acciones que dólares. Entonces son una correlación inversa. En este momento estamos viendo en la semanal, y esto es lo que le da un poco de esperanza a Alex. Voy a poner simplemente los EMAs, todas estas cosillas por acá, para que las tengan. ¿Qué estamos viendo en este momento? Estamos viendo que en la semanal venimos en una tendencia alcista. Tocamos piso el 11 de marzo, que me parece que es también cuando tocamos los $74,000 con Bitcoin. Rompimos y hubo un alto histórico. Sería este punto justamente aquí abajo de la tabla. Ahora, todas estas velas son semanales, recuerden eso. Tienes altos más altos, bajos más altos, altos más altos, bajos más altos, y luego tienes este velazo. Ahora, esta vela tiene 4 días y 10 días para cerrar, 4 días y 10 horas para cerrar. Eso quiere decir que muchas cosas pueden pasar. Y algo que quiero que vean es que estamos arriba de todos los niveles significantes, el SMA 100, el SMA 200, perdón, que es el morado, el EMA 9, que es el azul, y el EMA 21, que es el amarillo. Y justamente ahorita nos estamos peleando con el EMA 100, que es el promedio de los 100 días, ¿no? Lo que no queremos ver es que esto cierre básicamente arriba de esta línea verde en los 5.91. Si llega a cerrar arriba de los 5.91 cuando acabe esta semanal, muy probablemente esto vaya a continuar y puedes ver cómo rompió este alto de acá. Cuando lleva tanta fuerza así un asset, me regresa a simplemente la tabla del peso, que ahorita se las voy a poner enfrente, porque, y esto es algo aparte que Alex no comentó, pero lo que él está viendo es que lleva demasiada fuerza y lo que estamos esperando ver es que la vela que vimos larga al final del USDT sea simplemente una vela de tope y que pueda bajar para poder seguir subiendo. Si es que eres un alcista, eres un toro, ¿no? Y si eres bajista, quieres que esto se rompa y rompas la línea verde a la alza. Ahora, por algo que creo que vale la pena poner enfrente de todos ustedes es la relación del peso mexicano con el dólar. Déjenme lo pongo acá rápidamente. La razón por qué vale la pena verlo es por esto. Porque el peso mexicano más o menos hizo la misma gatada que, que el USDT. Y lo pueden ver aquí, con este flechazo que dio para arriba, esto normalmente la gente piensa, ok, aquí topó, pero puedes ver cómo el precio continúa a la alza y aún así rompió acá y está aguantando todos los niveles. Se flipó después de ir, y quiero que noten esto, por favor. Estamos en la semanal. Perdimos el EMA 9 acá, en los 23 pesos por dólar. Perdimos el EMA 21 acá, en los 22.14 por dólar. Pero perdimos el 100 acá en los 20 y perdimos el 200, el SMA 200 en los 20. ¿Qué pasó cuando perdimos el 9? O sea, estás hablando de una bajada de 30% en una moneda. O sea, el peso contra el dólar perdió 30% una vez que perdimos este nivel. ¿Qué crees que pasa cuando retoma esos niveles? ¿No? Digamos que te vas a dar un 30%. Vale, aquí lo está rompiendo a la alza. ¿Dónde está el 30%? El 30%, déjeme bajo esto un segundo. El 30% coincide justamente con esta línea aquí arriba de casi los $22 por peso. Digo, 22 pesos por dólar. Así que esto sigue moviéndose y me recuerda demasiado, una vez más, a este tipo de movimiento que estamos viendo acá. Ese es un poco de análisis extra del tío Salo, así que tómelo por lo que es, porque yo soy un pendejo y estoy aprendiendo de estos tíos. Así que es lo que es. Ahora, vamos rapidísimo al precio de Bitcoin, que es lo que estábamos viendo. Simplemente déjenme quito estas líneas rápido para que podamos ver y ahorita analicemos esto. Lo que estamos viendo en Bitcoin es esto en una tabla semanal. Pudimos ver cómo topamos justamente el 11 de marzo, como les dije, en los 73, casi que $74,000. De ahí hemos estado en este canal bajista, lo que también muchos podríamos considerar un bull flag, ¿no? O sea, una bandera alcista. Tienes esta línea de acá que justamente te pinta te da una buena idea de dónde el precio importantemente está o subiendo o bajando. Aquí lo tienes alcista y todo este movimiento bajista. Tiene rechazos y tiene subidas dentro del mismo, de la misma línea de tendencia. Y justamente esto fue lo que me dio la idea de hacer un short acá, que funcionó bastante bien, porque tenía que venir a encontrar el precio y rechazarlo. ¿Qué es lo que queremos que Bitcoin haga? Que recupere los 55. Ahorita le voy a preguntar a Farhan cuál era el nivel que quiere, pero para mí personalmente tenemos que romper acá los 58,380 en la semanal, tener un cierre ahí para sentirnos bien de lo que está pasando. Ahorita con la volatilidad que estamos viendo, no se ven bien las cosas y quiero poner, no, perdón. Discúlpenme, error de novato. Voy a poner mis EMAs para que los puedan ver. Estamos en la semanal. Perdimos el 9, perdimos el 21. Aquí abajo está el 100 en los 44,590 y el SMA 200 está en los 38,300. Ahora, cada que recuperamos las banditas azules, si lo quieren decir así, ¿no? La bandita azul, vean el zampompazo que dio Bitcoin. Estás hablando de recuperarlo acá de un 325% a la alza. Pero ¿qué pasa cuando lo pierdes? Lo perdiste aquí, ¿no? Cuando lo pierdes, bajaste un 73% en el EMA 9. Entonces, estamos perdiendo todos estos niveles en la semanal. Vamos a ver rápidamente la diaria y pueden ver que en la diaria estos niveles están aquí arriba también y vamos a tener que pelear bastante para poder llegar. Obviamente cada cierre va a bajar estos niveles más porque es un promedio y si el precio está bajo va a promediar para abajo, pero tienes que notar una cosa. El EMA 9 empieza a llegar acá por este nivel donde está básicamente los 59,600. Tenemos que asegurarnos que pueda romper eso. Normalmente en una tendencia bajista, lo que viene a hacer el EMA, el precio contra el EMA 9 es, va a buscarlo, rechaza y baja. Es algo que tenemos que asegurarnos que el precio pueda retomar esto, porque si simplemente viene a testear esto y baja, prepárense para conocer a Dios en carne viva. En la de 4 horas estamos retomando el EMA 9 y estamos ahora peleándonos con el 21, siendo un poco rechazados, que también coincide con esta resistencia, ahora resistencia en los 57,123. Vale, ese es un poco el análisis de Alex. Ahora vamos a ir al de Farhan. Farhan, we're ready for your bullshit, son. Remember you're muted. Oh, wow, you did.
First time I remember to
fucking did
unmute
it.
myself.
There we go.
We're learning. We're moving up.
We're moving up in this world.
You
That's
guys
what
ever
they say, but
you ever watch
doesn't feel
Trailer
it.
Park Boys?
No,
Best
I know
show.
what the show is, but no.
That's what me and Alex quote all the time. We're moving up, Randy.
Moving up.
That's where it comes from?
Yeah. So
Gotcha.
I'm gonna start with my main bias right now is based off traditional markets, off of stocks,
Uh-huh.
which is usually not what I look at right now most of the time. But the reason I'm looking at stocks right now is because the main driving force of the market is how everybody's freaking out on traditionals, and crypto has followed that, where it dumped really hard after the whole stuff with Japan and the Middle East and everything happened. So the one oscillator I love to look at on stocks is called the McClellan oscillator, where like most fundamental things are like bullshit. They don't really work. You have to look at like the price of that asset. The way the McClellan oscillator works though is it works based off fear. So every time there's major fear in the market, it will spike to the downside. And the only times it's ever spiked red has like 100% of the time. This is the only thing from my experience that I found that has a 100% accuracy. 100% of the time this thing spikes red, it's marked a major, not just a major low, a macro low for the entire market, where it never went below there again until the next dump. As you see right here on this dump right here, I dropped it. Let me find the date. This was November of 2023, where we had this dump right here where it spiked red. This marked a macro low. We ended up moving up from there. We had it right here, macro low, right here, macro low, macro low. Here, a huge spike red, right in April, where Iran attacked Israel. We had a spike red. We had a macro low right there, and right here we see this huge downward move, and we're getting the same thing. And if we look on the S&P, we can see it's the same exact thing.
I gotta say,
Red.
it doesn't look as full in the red as the one with Iran and Israel.
It doesn't, but what that tells you though is that since it made a lower low, while that didn't go as low, that makes bullish divergence.
Got it. Okay.
Because the price went lower, but momentum did not go as low.
Okay.
Now, if you go to the S&P, it's showing you the exact same thing. Let me switch to my trading view now. All right. So here's the NASDAQ.
I'm sorry, 1 second before I share. I'm very proud of this team that we haven't once been caught jerking off or doing anything inappropriate on camera while doing these.
Right.
Which apparently happened to a lot of people during the Zoom era.
We're lucky. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Yeah,
say not yet.
We will not.
Not yet.
We're not gonna pull a Louis C.K.
I think he's doing fine, by the way. I don't think it's that bad to just whip out your dick and just do it, because Louis is doing fine. Either way, let's get to it.
You seen him popping off on Twitter recently? Guy is so insufferable on Twitter.
Yeah.
We see here on the weekly on the NASDAQ, we corrected exactly down to this 55 EMA, which has been like kind of support for this entire bull market since the start of March of 2023, where we've been basically up only at the NASDAQ. The last time we didn't exactly touch it in October of 2023, but to be fair though, we're looking at completely different scenarios, because in this time of the market we had significantly more fear than we did over here. Like, I don't know about you, but I didn't hear anybody saying that everything's going to zero, the market's going to collapse, all this shit over here, where we were hearing it over here. We corrected down to the 55. We're still not out of the woods yet, because we're still below this 21 EMA. Like every single time right here where we were correcting down, we quickly reclaimed it. We want to see this 21 EMA reclaim at the maximum by the end of next week. Because if it doesn't, then it's hard to put more uncertainty into the market. This 21 at that point might start to turn into resistance. But I feel like we have around 1 or 2 weeks to reclaim this, and then we can easily say the bottom is in. I'm leaning towards around 75% on stocks that the bottom is in. Another thing that is giving me that is that if you look on the momentum right here, you see momentum broke into the extreme levels. And every time it's done that, it did it even more than here. We're right here, we marked a low right here. It hasn't been this low on momentum since this dump here on October of 2023, and we went even lower there. The last time we've been anywhere like actually to hit this low was over here in October of 2022, when the nuclear war and Europe is going to freeze over and everyone's going to die and that stuff was happening. If you go to the monthly on the Nasdaq, you see right here we hit these the bottom of this blue zone, this 38.2% zone. You see the price likes to hold that zone. Whenever it goes out of that zone, it likes to quickly revert back to it. Whenever that you see in this upward move, it broke up, and then we ended up like having a little bit of a correction while the blue zone caught back up, and then we got our next move. Right here, when we broke below it, this was during the bear market of 2021 to 2022, where we stayed below it the entire time. The only time we stayed below this is when it's solidly a bear market. And then when the bull market started back, and even then we found support here at 55. The bull market started back, the blue zone started moving up, we started following the blue zone again. Right now, we're finding resistance at the bottom of the blue zone. Until we lose the blue zone, I will still say it's better to assume upside. Once we lose this blue zone, then we could easily say that, okay, it's a bear market and we're going to go down only from here. If you look at the monthly, we broke this neutral zone in the monthly momentum. We have not broken that zone since the last time we came here was all the way back here, which is March of 2020 on the COVID dump.
Damn.
We have not seen these extremes on a monthly momentum of the Nasdaq since the COVID dump. Right now, we have volatility starting to point down, and we do have the jewel giving the first signs of a sell signal, which is not yet confirmed. The last time we had that was right here on November of 2021, right when that bear market started. So we are at a critical zone, but that time we lost all of these supports on the jewel. Right now, we're still yet to approach the support, but we also have not confirmed the sell signal.
Yeah, but the pink and the yellow are going to go up, right? And
yeah, they're gonna move with every monthly closure.
Yeah. Okay.
So right now, the only way to stop that monthly jewel from flipping to a sell signal is we have to reclaim this median right here at 18,781. We're like about 300 points away from that right now. We do have a 23 days to go, which is a long time. Not as long as it's much quicker and easier in stocks than it is in crypto, because crypto is 24/7. So 23 days feels like an eternity in crypto, but in stocks, it's not that long.
Yeah, that's true.
If we reclaim this level, the 18,781, then after that we would have a 60. What is this? 100 minus 38.2. That is 61.8% chance that we're going to revisit this zone over here, which is 19,878. And once we revisit that area, the algos are going to kick in, the algorithms, because this is mainly an algorithm-driven market. Those are going to kick in. They're going to flip into buy mode. Then we're probably going to revisit these highs. And at that point, I don't think we're going to stop from there, and we're going to probably go up to like 22,000 zone. But for now, we have to err on the side of caution. We have to watch for this median. We have to watch for this 9 EMA. Let's switch to the S&P. On the S&P, it's looking a lot stronger than NASDAQ. Where the NASDAQ corrected all the way to the bottom of the blue zone, the S&P did not even get close to it, because NASDAQ is mostly focused on the tech sector.
Yeah.
And the tech sector is a lot more volatile than the S&P, which is the main 500 stocks in the economy. The S&P is usually more stable than the NASDAQ is. So S&P did not have nearly as sharp of a correction. Right now, S&P is looking beautiful. S&P is already above where it needs to be on the median. It corrected right down to it at 51.65, and it's holding above it. To get continuation, like a confirmation of continuation from here, we'd want to get a close above this 38.2% level, this blue zone, because every time we get a close above the blue zone, we get a parabolic move above there. Right now, the blue zone is sitting at what price? 53.59.50. We have about 23 days to go. We want to see it close above this. And at that point, we would have, in my opinion, enough fuel to break these highs right here and go up to 58.80. We're getting a neutral signal on the jewel on the S&P. We have not even gotten the first sign of a sell on the S&P on the jewel.
On the jewel.
We're only on a neutral. The only way to confirm this as a sell signal is that we would have to lose this median right here, which is 51.65, which we have not done yet. If we go down to the weekly is giving you the same thing on the NASDAQ, where the momentum hit these extreme levels. Last time we were at these levels was October of 2023, and before that was March of 2020, which is giving you extreme signs on every the monthly and the weekly on the momentum indicators. Now we switch to what everybody really cares about, Bitcoin.
Let's go.
everyone's like, all right, get on with it. Just switch to the main thing.
I mean, everybody always listen. Go watch fucking TikToks, guys. If you can't fucking stand a good old long, interesting conversation, right?
Yeah, that 30-second content.
Yeah, fucking, it's killing everyone's brain, dude.
That's why China pushed it into our country, right?
That's right. Doing great for us.
You know, in China, all of that shit is banned on their TikTok.
Yeah. Yeah.
All they're allowed to see is educational stuff.
Yeah, I know. Fucking, they're doing it right.
So on this move down on the Bitcoin on this week I'm looking at CME futures. We had this range since around February of 2024. We were just about to lose that range. Everyone was saying the bear market is in and everything. I was one of those people saying the bear market is in. I'm still not convinced it's not in, but I think it's more like around 55% chance not than 45% chance bear market until we lose this range. We corrected to the 55 as well on Bitcoin futures. I like futures because futures is a little bit more clean, like NASDAQ futures and S&P futures. Like if you were to look at it, because it's closed on the weekends, and the weekends are where the books are thin and there's not much liquidity.
Yeah,
so we've corrected to the 55 and we're still above this zone. We're at the 50% range right now. As long as if this closes red, I believe we have a very high likelihood of retesting this area. And then at this point, we're gonna be like really watching if it's gonna break down or not, and that'll be your extremity trade, to where you could take a trade right here. If it closes below here, you'd get out, and you would target somewhere around this mid zone, which is we're currently at $64,000, which is also the median on the monthly. Right now on the oscillators, we have the Joule still giving us this neutral signal pointed upwards. We have not lost that yet. The only way to lose that is we would have to break below this 50% zone, which is at 55,600. If you were to lose
you don't want to lose that 55,600.
You don't want to lose that on a monthly closing basis. After that point, sure, we will still be within this range, but we would have like a almost 80% chance of breaking this range to the downside, as if we lose this zone right here. Currently, we're still holding it. We have not flipped to a buy signal in the Joule. That would give me a very high confidence that the bottom is in. The only way to flip to a buy signal is that we would have to close above 58.6. That would be the blue zone. If we close above 58.6, then it would flip to a buy signal, and then we would have to target these previous highs at $70,000. But that has not happened yet, and we're still on the bear side. Switch to the spot. Here's Bitcoin spot. It did the same thing where it corrected down to the 55, and it's just barely holding on to this range right now. The range low right now is 56,328. We're still a little bit below it, but we're just barely holding on to it. If we lose this range on spot, at that point, I would also say that we can safely assume that futures is going to lose it too, and then we're going to move down. We're going to break this low easily, come down to this consolidation zone here, somewhere around like $46,000. But at this place, I think we're going to get a very strong bounce if we go down here, probably back up to like close to $60,000, maybe 56.5 to these previous lows. But I think that would be a zone for a lower high and a short. Because
that would be incredibly bad for every idiot that is like, I'm gonna buy the dip. And
I mean, I'm sure you've seen how many people are saying that I'm gonna buy 46K, I'm gonna buy 46K, I'm gonna buy 44K.
Oh yeah.
Is the market that nice? Is the market that nice?
Nope.
No. It's going to smash right through that. It's going to go to this 200 SMA, which is currently at $38,500.
Oh, that'll fuck everyone.
And every single time it's come down to this 200 SMA and lost it, it's been a bear market.
Huge.
Like last time we came down to $15,000. I do think we would get a significant bounce here at 38.5, maybe even a reversal there. But at that point, I don't think we would see $70,000 for like maybe another year or two.
Yeah,
I think we would go sideways, like after we lost it from here. When we lost it, we went sideways for, what is this, June of 2022, all the way until March of 2023. So that was like a year where we went like literally sideways, nothing happened. It's going to be a boring market where everybody gets bored out. Everybody says Bitcoin is over. Everybody wants to get out. Everybody wants to get in stock, something else. That's what Bitcoin likes. Bitcoin wants people to be uninterested, and then it moves up from there. It doesn't want people to make money.
Yeah, of course. Like everything else in the market, basically. But this is more extreme.
If you go down to the monthly view, we're on the index right now. We came very close to this 38.2% level, which was at $46,000, which is also why everybody was targeting this zone. If we had gotten this type of a reaction off of this zone, I'd be more comfortable saying the bottom is likely in. But since we didn't test the zone, I feel like we have a very high likelihood of testing it because we rejected this median. If you notice, every single time we reject this median, we always go back down to this bottom blue zone. Every single time. This is the first time where we have not tested the bottom zone after rejecting this. So is this time gonna be different like the meme? This time is different? I don't think so. We have to err on the side of probabilities, and the probabilities right now say that we test this zone. Unless we close this monthly over this red 5 EMA, which is at 60,150. If we close this monthly over that, then all bets are off, races are to the upside, and we can safely assume that we'll retest these highs. But until then, we have to assume that it's bearish. And if we go down to Ethereum, like Alex said, like Ethereum lost like an insane amount in 2 hours, but it lost 21% in 5 minutes.
Yeah, ETH is fucked.
God.
If you were long even like 4.5x on ETH, you would have been liquidated on that candle. Because the perpetuals go a lot lower than the index does.
Yeah.
The spot does.
Oh yeah.
Because it's driven by the algorithms, and once the sell algo kicks in, everybody gets liquidated, and all the liquidations cause the price to go even further. Because like to understand how it works, the liquidations, when somebody's long and they're liquidated, to be long, you're a buyer. So when they're liquidated, they have to sell, and they become forced sellers. So all of that selling joins the other selling in the market, and it increases selling pressure to the downside. We saw that on Ethereum right here, where we tested this even below the 50% zone, where we didn't even see that on Bitcoin. We came almost down to the 61.8, and right now we're seeing like before we had a monthly buy signal on the jewel, and we're losing that right now. We're flipping to a neutral signal, and momentum is pointed heavily to the downside. We haven't seen this type of momentum since June of 2022 when we corrected down to this 55 EMA. But the difference is now that we've lost the 55 and we're holding it as resistance. So we have to assume as long as this is being held as resistance, this is going to be resistance.
All right, when you look at Ethereum against Bitcoin, and just by a little bit, don't you think Ethereum was leading the charge? And right now, Ethereum is kind of letting us know, like, what's next on crypto is this.
Yeah, but usually, like in December of 2022, or December of 2020, when Bitcoin is moving up, it broke all-time highs. Ethereum wasn't really doing anything. Once Bitcoin crashed and then it recovered from there, that's when Ethereum started performing.
Well, yeah, because of the Bitcoin dominance. But this time around, it's been pretty correlated, and I feel like Ethereum started pumping first towards the upside, and it's the first one that also topped.
But also, Ethereum still has never hit all-time highs yet.
I feel like I've been watching Sol for that theory, because we saw Sol.
Sol did it first too.
Broke out first. Yeah.
Yeah.
And on the monthly right here on the perpetuals, we're lower on momentum than we were even over here in June of 2023 when we corrected down to around like $1,500 and $1,199. So if we can make a local low over here, this would confirm hidden bullish divergence, but it doesn't mean anything until we've confirmed a local low. And the only way to confirm a local low, get ready for this number. Get ready for this number. You need two closes over $3,231.
What?
That's pretty far from here. But
that's not happening.
The main thing we should focus on right now is what was causing the crash to begin with, the Japanese market.
Yeah.
Japanese market on the monthly right now corrected so much lower than we've ever seen it correct before. This zone right here is the 100% zone. It means that after you touch here, there is literally a 0% chance that price will close below this zone. As you see, price sharply reacted from there.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we're still holding the 21 EMA. We're still holding the 50% zone. While what are the oscillators saying? The oscillators are giving us the first signs of a sell signal on the jewel, while we're getting sharper downward momentum. To confirm this sell signal, we need to lose this 50%, which is at
you're kind of close.
Yeah, 35,790. We're very close. We're already below it. If we close below there, then it's going to confirm that sell signal, and we're going to almost certainly revisit this wick. And then from there, like, pray for the markets, pray Bear Jesus has mercy on our souls.
Oh yeah, dude. This fucking thing rolls over. We're all dead. We're all dead.
All right, and to end this off, I'm going to go to Bitcoin. Tether dominance.
Do it.
Tether dominance on the monthly is we had this range right here. We had the mid zone. It's currently still above the mid zone despite this rejection. it rejected the blue zone. Like whenever Bitcoin is in a bear market and Tether is moving up, it holds the blue zone and it likes to hold it. Right now, we have not yet closed above this blue zone, which is at 6.86%. If we do close above this blue zone, that's going to be the time to enter basically short everything into the crypto market. Almost every single coin, maybe except for the top majors, are going to go to zero. I feel very comfortable saying they're all going to go to zero, if not very close to it. And at that point, they're going to be so close to zero. Like, what's the difference, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What are you going to do with your bag that was 120 grand that's now like $800? Like, that's a zero.
I had that experience with Luna. At the peak, it was like $117,000. It was worth like $8 at one point.
Dude, I bought Luna on the way down. And then afterwards, we saw that it went up. And we were like, I basically put like $1,000. So we did the math. And I was like, I should have $335,000 because it went back up. So we went and looked into it. And no, our Luna got made into another sort of Luna. And then the one that pumped was the older one, not the one we had, which is fucking bullshit.
Luna Classic and Luna 2.0.
Yeah, dude.
It's literally a scam. Do Kwon belongs in prison.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, get the fuck out of here with a logarithmic
stable coin. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's why I got out. As soon as that depegged, I sold for profit, luckily.
Good for you.
Like, my problem was why I got so lost in the sauce is because I bought Luna literally at the lows, like for like 12K, 13K, and I saw a 10x from there. It's very hard to sell those type of things until you're down to zero, unless you really like. If you're able, unless you're able to detach your emotion from your bag.
Yeah.
It's hard as fuck. Says, like, don't marry your bags. I married my bags. So.
Well, I mean, do you guys remember too back then? Like, Luna was like the best thing since sliced bread. Like, everyone wanted it. Everyone was talking about it. You know, $400 or $500 Luna honestly didn't seem too crazy in a time where Luna was just going up only. So yeah, that was an interesting time. The AVAX, Luna, Phantom trade went. And Solana trade went hard.
Solana too. Yeah,
it was all the big guys: Sam Bankman-Fried, Do Kwon, Suzu, and what's his name? The Tron guy.
Oh, Justin
Sun.
Justin Sun, but also what's his name? Alex, the guy from Celsius, right?
Yeah,
I don't remember his name.
Alex something. I'll remember what his last name is.
I think starts with an M.
Get it. I'm sorry.
On Tether, we're getting the same. We're getting the opposite of Bitcoin. Momentum is flipped up heavily to the upside, and we're getting the starting of a buy signal on the Jewel. To confirm this buy signal, we have to close above this line, which we are above right now. If we close above this line, buy signals confirm the Jewel. Last time that ever happened, we've never had it in this area before. This is the strongest area to get a buy signal on the Jewel. The last time we had this, like anywhere close to this type of a signal on the Jewel, was in January of 2022, when the bear market was fully in on Bitcoin. So right now, it's looking like we're probably going to confirm it as long as we close above this line right here, which we already are above.
But that's on the monthly though, right? So you have 24 days, basically.
Yeah, we do have 24 days to confirm it though. So it is a long time. In crypto,
same on the weekly though, right? I think there was a buy signal on the weekly.
Yeah, there is. And there's a fresh buy signal on the weekly.
Yeah.
Fuck.
This weekly candle does not look the best. But to be honest, like, I would not think much of this wick if we close above this line right here. If we close the weekly,
Sorry, the Mexican peso did that. It tricked everyone into thinking, oh, it's just a big wick. And then it fucking followed through with a lot of strength, like a lot of strength versus the dollar. So I think this is reminding me of that.
The candle formation doesn't really matter so much as the levels do.
And not right now.
So if you close above the level, then you can retest it, but it's still going to be extremely bullish, especially because you're getting a fresh buy signal in this zone in the Jewel. You see, every single time we topped on the Tether, we never had a buy signal up there in the Jewel. The only time we've ever flipped was in this zone, and we only held it momentarily before we flipped back. And this was pretty catastrophic for Bitcoin. December of 2022, I'm sure everybody remembers the dump from 46K down to 30K.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, it was very fun. I was leveraged at that point, and I got liquidated.
You live and you learn. You live and you learn. All righty. Let me pass on the info, and then let's get to the charts that people are sending us. Just before I do that, let me just do in Spanish a little announcement. Vale, si están en Instagram, esto se va a cortar muy pronto. probablemente. Entonces, cáiganle en YouTube, en X, Salomondrín, para que lo puedan seguir, para que nos acompañen en lo que sigue. Vamos a empezar a analizar todas las tablas de la gente que nos está mandando acá en el chat de YouTube para ver qué le están metiendo los degenerados. Pero en este momento vamos a ir rápido a mi gráfico para explicar el análisis de Farhan que les tenemos por acá. Listo. Alrighty, esto es lo que está diciendo Farhan. Estamos viendo la tabla semanal, pero la voy a poner en mensual de Tether Dominance, ¿no? USDT Dominance. El problema que tenemos en este momento es básicamente para ahorrarles todo el pedo de lo que vio Farhan en el judo, ¿no? Está creándose un buy signal, una señal de compra. Y como pueden ver, estamos subiendo en la mensual, arriba del EMA, esta línea azul que es el EMA 9 y el 21. Si tenemos un cierre acá, que faltan 24 días, recuerden que pueden verlo aquí a la derecha, cuánto falta para cerrar esta vela, porque lo estamos viendo en la mensual. Si cerramos justamente donde estamos en este momento, básicamente el Joule nos confirmaría una señal de compra en USDT. Discúlpeme, voy a removerlo. Listo. O lo dejo. No, tal vez lo deje. Ok. Un segundito, discúlpenme. Ok. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at my Instagram bullshit. Think, just for everyone's sake, I'm just going to leave it right now. Whatever. Ok. Lo que estaba diciendo es, en este momento, en la mensual y aparte en la semanal también, aunque falten 24 días para cerrar, tenemos esta vela que por más que parezca una vela topera, ya se los había dicho yo con lo del peso mexicano, con que cerremos arriba de esta línea verde que está en los 51, en los 5.91%, cerrando arriba de esta línea verde semanal o mensual, están entrando una señal de compra al Joule. Y cada que pasa eso es un gran mercado bajista. En este momento Farhan está 55% alcista, 45% bajista. Todavía tenemos que esperar a ver cómo se dan estos movimientos antes de poder entrar y decir, vámonos con todo como gorda de tobogán. Pero cuando regresamos a Bitcoin, estamos viendo, me encanta esta es mi línea pendeja, pero ahí está. Lo que estamos viendo en Bitcoin en la semanal, discúlpeme, o en la mensual, y lo que queremos ver es sencillo. Queremos tener un cierre arriba de los 58,500. Si en la mensual no tenemos un cierre arriba de los 58,500, muy probablemente vayamos a perder estos niveles y esto nos vaya a llevar a entrar a un nuevo mercado bajista. Como pueden ver, estamos a punto y estamos perdiendo el EMA 9. Cada que se pierde el EMA 9, recuerden, tenemos buenas caídas hasta esta misma que están viendo por acá. Una vez más, un recordatorio, fue un 66%. Entonces, tenemos que aguantar por acá. 58,500 es una zona bastante importante y clave. Y también en este momento queremos estar arriba de los 56,500 en la diaria. Es lo que estamos buscando como objetivo el día de hoy, 56,500. Pueden ver cómo empiezan a bajar los EMA. Seguimos siendo rechazados de este nivel una y otra vez. Así que tengan un ojo abierto, pendiente con todo esto. Ahora, del otro lado nos dijo Farhan, el mercado y la bolsa tradicional se ve bastante bien, siempre y cuando siga retomando estos niveles. Ahora sí que lo que estoy buscando es que rompa esta línea morada el SP500. El Nasdaq queremos que pueda romper a la alza esta resistencia y poder retomar estos, ahora sí que cablecitos, ¿no? De colores. Y lo mismo está pasando acá en el Dow Jones. Queremos romper esto a la alza y retomar todas esas líneas. Y el Russell 2000 está haciendo un poco de lo mismo. Pero bueno, vamos a darle. All right, boys. I think it's time to get to the chart requests. Let's do this. Let me start. Oh, let's start with something easy. What about Solana?
Salamis, let's check it out.
Who's doing salamis?
Here, I'll pull it up.
Excellent. I have a...
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, here's Sol BTC. Let me go on a higher time frame here. Now we're actually looking at the 5-day. I remember, yeah, last time we were looking at this chart. And so here we have Sol BTC. Again, it's looking pretty good. And this is something we were talking about for a while now. Sol BTC is looking better than most of the other altcoins. And the reason was just because it was holding pretty well, considering how all the other alt pairings were holding on their tether, but then most importantly the Bitcoin pairing, which was telling us that when or if Bitcoin gets a bigger pullback, Sol BTC was going to definitely follow market, but ideally recover quickly. And so on the 5-day we see here, we had a nice deviation from support. We were in this range here for a while. False breakout leading to a nice rejection here. This was over 8%, 8.3%. What I like about this is potentially the hopium that we're getting some structure forming here on the 5-day chart, and we'll know it's confirmed once we break this wick high here. This low that Sol BTC put in never gotten validated on that big dump. And that tells me there is strength here, along with it reclaiming its 5-day EMA 9. Actually, never even lost it. And we see it's healthily up. When that's pointed up, that's kind of what we want to see in a trending market. Let me just see on the daily here. Yep, and the daily confirms that pretty nicely. You can see the reaction right at the meme line, along with this major level here on the daily EMA 100. Quick reaction, small little rejection, held where it needed to, and now we're getting that push up. Next level I have here is 0.00304, which basically puts momentum on the tether pairing. So you can see here the tether pairing. We're also looking at the 5-day chart on the tether pairing, and so the 5-day chart here. We were talking about this EMA 100 on the 5-day moving up more with this support zone. When analyzing it, I had a bear bias on it, and I honestly didn't think it was going to dump this quickly down to our support level here at 108, but it did, and that's just like why altcoin volatility is always unmatched compared to Bitcoin. And so the 5-day here, even though it's getting bought up, I'll feel better if we can get back above $155 and 69 cents. That to me would look welcoming. It doesn't have to happen in this candle. This 5-day candle is closing today, actually. The fact that it is still holding back above in this range at basically support at $142 to $135 is welcoming. You can see the support has been basically held since we formed it here in March. So it's been in a range. We're basically back in it after failing to break down. Very much like here, except we didn't get the closure below. But we can see here the deviation back into this range has led to big moves. So how Sol at BTC looks, as long as Bitcoin can hold up, it tells me that Sol has the room to definitely move. It just needs support from, Bitcoin, which everything revolves around Bitcoin. But the 5-day, it's looking good in the sense that it's back in the range. It got bought up where it needed to. Now my question in this next 5-day, which is something we'll keep watching, is does it hold the range? This range that I mentioned here at $136 to $141. That's big support for Sol on the tether pairing. Is it going to hold support? Wouldn't surprise me if we close back above like this, close this 5-day candle red. The question is then if we open on the downside, is it going to get a bounce here, possibly leading to some momentum to reclaim this 9? But then on the daily here, if we go, let's turn the daily estimate 200 off for now. You can see here, just like the alt pairing, we reclaim support. It's holding it on this back test. We just really wanted to start reclaiming some important moving averages now, which in my opinion, first go probably usually doesn't get hit. We can see here after it got lost, we rallied up, nice rejection into it. So I'm expecting some kind of pullback here overall, and that's something I talked about in the Elite Trading Discord actually this morning. So we are getting that on Bitcoin. Usually the first tap is usually the one that gets rejected. That's just where we want to form some structure then on the lower time frames, like the 4-hour, right? And the 4-hour, as long as this low doesn't get hit, in my opinion, right at $109.82, $110. You know, Sol has momentum to definitely come down. It wouldn't surprise me if across the board we saw Bitcoin and Sol and ETH fall back below, but not break their lows that was formed over the weekend. That's something that I wouldn't, if you're bullish, you wouldn't want to see. So you would have the bias that the low is going to hold here. We might come down, but in all, it'll just form some structure, which hasn't formed yet. And keep in mind, we are still in a downtrend. But that's kind of the hopium on the lower time frames to bleed into the larger time frames. And you can see here, you know, Sol overall, you know, this level here is pretty big to hold. It's welcoming that we got the bounce, but we just can't disregard the essentially the downtrend that we're in on Bitcoin, on even Sol right now. You know, it's failing to break its high, and then also the low. The hopium here is the hopium here is that this wick low doesn't get broken. But in my opinion, we have to respect the trend, and the trend is down, and we did form a lower low, in my opinion, even if because I counted on a wick basis. So
look at your SMA 200 on the daily, and you'll see how pivotal of a moment this is.
Yeah.
Unless it doesn't match mine. Boom.
Yeah. So like on note with that, this just tells basically the big level that Sol's at. So something I would watch, especially with this 5-day incoming. You know, if we go and look at Sol's weekly now, you know, the weekly chart just looks like the 5-day in the sense that, yeah, it's approaching major resistance. You know, that's something that if we want the bull market hopium to be alive, we absolutely need to get back above this on the weekly. Other than that, everything's still noise. And we're seeing that with Bitcoin currently now. You know, it's important to understand where we're at with Bitcoin in the sense of if you're trading Sol, because even though the Bitcoin pairing looks good, all that tells me is that if we get a deeper pullback here on Bitcoin, you know, Sol should hold up, but it still will come down. And very much just like how we saw in Solana reaching its massive daily SMA 200 on the 12-hour on Bitcoin is something I'm focused on intermediate trades. And this is something I mentioned on the Discord. We had Bitcoin rally up. Oftentimes this like slow grind up here of just like 3 or 4 green candles often leads to some kind of correction, especially when we hit the EMA 9 lined up here with this resistance level at 57,500. That's why I'm more in the bias that a pullback here wouldn't surprise me, especially with how, you know, tether dominance is looking currently. So something to be mindful of, especially if you're trading Solana, because, you know, everything does circulate around Bitcoin, but overall, you know, Sol in itself isn't looking bad, especially on its Bitcoin pairing. You know, essentially bulls just want today to have the daily EMA 9 hold. On the 12-hour, which hopefully the hopium would be it bleeds into this daily SMA 200 holding. If it doesn't, then to me, this area is resistance until proven otherwise. And you know, I'm not bidding this. If you caught the trade here, this was the easy extremity low long, right? It's very easy to take the long when we hit this level. Of course, it missed it by just, you know, a hair, but essentially right now, I'm not trading this because I don't see a trade. Now, if we can get back above the daily EMA 100 and the daily SMA 200, which will mean we reclaim the EMA 9, then we'll have the hopium for the 5-day to potentially form some structure and then reclaim its 5-day EMA 9, which then once that's reclaimed, in my opinion, I think it's basically this can just be a bigger deviation. And it might play into the thesis that I talked about this morning, where I am expecting a bigger bounce overall in Bitcoin. I don't think it'll be today, but I think over time, that's kind of the hopium we slowly grind up. But all that will basically do is put in a massive bearish retest across the board, get everyone bullish like it always does. Everyone thinks they caught the bottom. Everyone's happy about their longs, only for all that, you know, maybe a week or two of slow grind up to get erased in 1 or 2 days. That's my theory. That's why I'm waiting for the big short on Bitcoin.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing over here. All righty. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing. Ok,
Gotcha.
estamos viendo la tabla de los 5 días. Este es el análisis de Alex, de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo en Solana. Pueden ver un nivel bastante importante acá. En realidad, dos, si pueden ver esta línea que va bajando. Queremos aguantar, obviamente, los 147, pero estamos siendo rechazados por el EMA 9 que está por acá. Lo que están viendo aquí abajo es el SMA 200, que es el promedio de los 200 días. Aquí son 9. Y lo que queremos, básicamente y sencillamente puesto, es poder cerrar arriba de los 155. Obviamente, porque el precio está aquí abajo, esto va a bajar, probablemente sea por aquí de los 151. Queremos poder romper eso a la alza y tener un buen cierre de 5 días o 2 aquí. Lo que estamos viendo en la diaria es algo riesgoso por acá. ¿Por qué? Porque vienes con el SMA 200 que literalmente nunca toca esto. Cuando lo pierdes, bajas potentemente, lo podemos ver acá, ¿no? Cuando lo perdiste, Solana bajó solamente 94%, nada de qué preocuparse. Ya no paga, tranquilos, que es un 94% para toda la gente en Twitter que tiene tanto dinero que siempre dicen, ¿no? No queremos perder ese SMA 200, la línea morada, y justamente están convirtiendo todo esto por ahí de los 151.63. Personalmente, esto yo lo vi como una oportunidad de shortear por acá porque se veía que no iba a poder romper, pero este trade ya pasó, ¿ok? Ahora lo que estamos viendo y lo que dice Alex es bastante sencillo. En la de 5 días estamos creando estructura por acá. ¿Qué es lo que queremos? No romper este bajo de los 110, porque muy probablemente Bitcoin vaya a corregir. Si Bitcoin corrige, no queremos perder esto con Solana y queremos estar arriba del EMA 9, que en este momento está en los 155, probablemente baje a los 151. Cuando compara Solana con Bitcoin, por ejemplo, acá tengo mi par. Pueden ver que está en una tendencia alcista, pero empiezas a hacer aunque tengas un alto más alto que esto, empiezas a ser altos más bajos. No has pasado este. Entonces, algo que vale la pena simplemente tener en mente en cuanto estás viendo estos pares. Y vamos a ver cómo reacciona el precio. Ahorita está difícil decir, pero si solamente estás viendo tendencia sencilla, estás creando altos más bajos, no has creado un bajo más bajo, por eso no quieres romper esto a la baja en Solana Bitcoin. Y cuando lo ves solamente en Solana, sencillo, estás creando un poco el mismo patrón, quieres romper a la alza, pero tu nivel importante está en esta zona justamente aquí. Esto es lo que nos va a decir si vamos bien o vamos mal. Ok. All right. Well, Farhan, we're going to do one of the people's favorite. And I'm sorry, you're muted. No, not anymore. No, not anymore. Let's go check out Rivian, because I feel like people did not listen and they stuck with Rivian through results. And I think it didn't go well through earnings. I haven't checked the chart today, though. So I'm honestly going to excuse myself from that.
It is a good bit down from the highs. Do you guys see my chart?
I see your chart, yes.
Let's do it. It did end up going down like 30%, so that wasn't a bad call to sell up there.
Yeah, and also it's getting fucking rejected by the SMA 200, and yeah, I mean, even though it's making an interesting,
It's even
pattern,
it's even rejecting the 5, which if
Mhm.
it rejects the 5 is on a pretty strong downtrend.
Yeah,
Right here, we have the jewel giving us a neutral signal from where it was having a buy all the way before.
Mhm.
What we want to see is we want it to hold this level over here, the 78.6% level, which is at $13.83. We want to
Mhm.
continue to hold from there, maybe go sideways a little bit, but eventually it needs to reclaim this 55 EMA, or the trend is still down. Because every single time we touched it, we rejected, we went down, we touched it, we closed above it a little bit, gap down, held it down, deviated above it, and then we quickly lost it right again. So as long as this keeps holding as resistance, this is just going to be another lower high off of all of these lower highs. That will also confirm this on the next closure as a sell signal. Last time we had a sell signal like that was over here in January of 2024, when price
Ooh.
went from $24.50 all the way down to like $8.50. We don't have the confirmation yet, but we should be on the lookout. Momentum is starting to go a little sideways a little bit. We're below the moving average. Usually when we're below the moving average and we don't reclaim it, we end up going down. Like over here when we ended up losing it, this was around July of 2023, where price hit the 55 again and it went down. Every single time it's happened, this has been around the 55. That gives you more confluence that this 55 EMA zone is going to be very, very significant resistance. Let's go down to the daily. On daily right now, we've already lost the blue zone and we've tested it again, and right now it's holding as resistance. Not only that, but the 200 SMAs over here as resistance as well, which we've held that. This has been 200 has been resistance since January of 2024 when price was around like $18 and we lost it. Price went from there to $8. It ended up going back down. We had a silver cross right here, and that's where we gapped up above it, and then we quickly lost it again. We held it from here from about July of 2024, and we've been holding it ever since. Right now we've lost it, and we're still technically above it a little bit, but we're so little above it that you can't really count it as being above it, because you could easily lose it by moving down like 6 cents in price. And
Yeah.
Right now, momentum is pointed downwards, and it's giving you a fresh signal to the downside, while volatility is supporting it. So it's telling you that instead of looking for a correction and bounce back up, you should be looking for a correction to the upside and then a move back down, somewhere around this $12.50 zone.
So sell the pop, which to me is at 1509. If any touched it today.
Yeah, I see that zone just right around there.
Yeah.
That also lines up with this 5 EMA here on the daily, where we tested it over here. We sharply rejected it again, rejected it, and then dumped. So as long as this 5 EMA holds, resist, it's going to be pressure to the downside. And the 5 EMA is going to be kind of like the canary in the coal mine, where this is going to be your first indicator, where if you kind of close above this, you can be like, all right, now we can get some more comfort into the upside. We can look for some consolidation and then move up from there. But as long as this holds as resistance, you should expect it to continue dumping.
Oof. No. Sorry.
I understand the holder's pain because I'm a holder as well. So
on Rivian, dude, fucking got out of that bitch as soon as I knew that results were gonna be shit.
I don't like to day trade stocks.
It's so easy because it's like in slow motion especially after playing Bitcoin, like with Bitcoin so much, like stocks are so slow. It's like you can see someone punching you, like basically stocks coming down. It's like, going down. And you're like, all right, buddy, well, whatever. I want to go get some coffee, go get some breakfast burritos somewhere where they're cheap and not $20. Probably not go to Five Guys and all that shit.
You got to leave California for that.
Yeah, basically. Fucking California. God damn it. All right, let me share this with everybody. Here we go. Vale, estamos viendo Rivian. En este momento estamos en la tabla semanal y quiero simplemente traer su atención a un par de cosas, damas y caballeros. Un segundito. ¿Cuál es este? ¿El 200? ¿O no? No. No. 21. Perdón. Un segundito. No sé por qué no lo está trepando en este momento, pero bueno, da igual. Están viendo Rivian y básicamente les quiero poner esto un poco más para atrás. Esta es la tabla semanal de Rivian. Pueden ver, hemos estado en esta tendencia bajista desde la incepción del precio. Esta es la línea azul que están viendo, es el EMA 9 y estamos justamente peleando con él en los 14.43 en la semanal. Venimos de haber agarrado esta tendencia que se probó como una resistencia, esta línea de tendencia que viene desde aquí abajo en los 11.83, que cruza por aquí en medio, y también perdimos un nivel significativo que son los 13.36. Rompimos aquí y ahora va la alza. Lo que Farhan dice es, en el Joule empezamos en vez de tener momentum momentum que va para arriba, empieza a ponerse neutral, la volatilidad empieza a subir, eso confirma que es un movimiento que va probablemente a la baja, y lo que está haciendo este tipo de movidas para arriba, como la que hizo el precio con esta vela, lo vas a usar para salir. Una vez más, algo un poco sencillo de ver, sobre todo cuando empiezas a ver que el precio empieza a doblarse así y que empieza a tener problemas con las líneas que había antes y empiezas a rechazar, sobre todo cuando lo puedes ver aquí con el 9 y el 21 que está aquí abajo. No quieres perder eso, no quieres perder los 13.62 en la semanal, pero tampoco los 14.41, y ahora los voy a llevar a la diaria y ponerles esto en la diaria para que lo puedan ver mejor. El S&P 200 nos está rechazando en este momento. Los 14.39 es la zona más importante. Queremos tener este cierre en la diaria encima de y varias veces para poder retomarlo. Porque si no lo retomamos, ¿qué pasa cuando lo rompes a la baja? Cuando lo rompes a la baja, estás hablando de una caída de 55%. Y ahí vas en este momento a ser rechazado por él. Y es cosa de mantener esto. ¿Quieres seguir alcista? Tienes que asegurarte que puedas cerrar encima de este nivel y muy probablemente arriba de esta línea blanca que está en los 15.09 en la semanal. En la diaria quieres simplemente cerrar arriba de esto e ir una por una en tus batallas hasta llegar a los niveles de arriba y poder flipar el 9 y el 21. 9 es el azul, 21 es el amarillo. Y si no, esto se ve bastante bajista y mucha suerte a toda la gente que holdeó con cojones en vez de vender los resultados. Y pues bueno, de todas maneras, más oportunidades de compra. Espero que no te hayas gastado todo tu dinero en esta, que tengas más dinero para tus entradas buenas. Ok, es básicamente el mensaje de esto. All right. Coffee, cash, contract. What in the fuck is that? Let me see if it even exists.
Yeah, ticker symbol coffee.
Remember your coffee?
How can I forget my coffee? Fuck, it actually is really good. My friend Coke makes it.
I still have a bag over here.
Do you really? Can I tell you something? We didn't put a name on it.
Didn't you?
No, if you look at it, it doesn't say any. It doesn't have a name. It's the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life because I never noticed until after it was done and we had like 5,000 bags. Someone goes, "But what's the name of it?" And I go, "Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!" There's no name on it.
I thought it was always just like swipe coffee or something like that.
It might be, but it doesn't say that. I think it only says swipe or salamandra. It's really stupid either way. It is really good though. Yeah. It's just we found out that selling 1 billion bags of coffee is really hard, so that we can make money. Okay, here's coffee for everyone.
Yeah. So yeah, I've never looked at this chart, coffee. Overall, though, what I see is on the monthly here, and there's not too much data because it's a fairly new chart, but on the monthly, it's looking pretty good. We have major support at $215, and we almost did get the back test here, but buyers showed up before, causing a nice monthly so far. So now what we want to see on this monthly is basically us to break last month's high. If we can break last month's high, to me, that would confirm a breakout, especially since we now are back in this range. That basically price was in for many, many months, until it basically was in it from November 2021 all the way until it was lost in October of 2022. So essentially, this is a big range that it's back in. That to me is on the monthly. If you're looking for like a easy macro breakout, just breaking last month's high would be good, and that would confirm it. I can imagine there's probably a lot of stops here. People were looking at this rejective high. The hopium is that this might be a monthly lower high, unconfirmed, obviously without a lower low, but I'm sure how people are trading this on this rejection here. So I can imagine there's probably a lot of stops right around this area at 258 to 260. So breaking last month's high will definitely cause some kind of breakout. Let me check the weekly actually, because there's probably more data on the weekly on this chart.
Sure.
The weekly is looking strong. We see here last week we basically lost a 9, but to me this just was a big bear trap leading to that expansion. Now it's reclaiming it. It closes in 2 days. You can see the reaction when we do lose the 9 here. Oftentimes this, I guess, coffee is pretty predatory in the sense that it does like to trap bears. big deviation, losing the 9, and then it kind of just ranges or consolidates until we get that pop back up. It's not until we break this high where we see that nice move up. And now it's the same basically theory. We just want to break this high here at 256.83 to probably see another breakout. Overall strong chart though, especially on the higher time frames. Now the daily, if we go and we look at the daily here, simply put, if you want to figure out some like where this thing is showing some lower time frame weakness, it's very simple. It's just if the daily EMA 100 gets lost, in my opinion, it's a big reaction, big level for price overall, especially when it's in a trending market and it's going up. So that's just like one area I would look at while this thing is trekking up to kind of gauge its bullishness. Oftentimes, on this coffee stock, when it dumps, it goes straight into the EMA 100, only for it to get bought up. And we see that clearly on this rejection here. Big rejection from wick high to wick low. We see an impressive 20%, 22% dump. But right, it held exactly where it needed to each and every time it's dumped. So this time, this either will mark the next low, in my opinion, and we'll know that, like I said, if we can break this high here at $256, or this will either deviate, form some kind of lower high, and we'll know if this is confirmed once we break this daily EMA 100, which will most likely mean we've broken the low here at 222 that was formed. But until then, the market's up. It looks strong to me. And it's holding every level that it needs to, especially on the higher time frames like the weekly, the monthly, and the daily. So right, there's no position here I'd take. I would just, it's an easy bid on the daily EMA 100 because that gives you a logical place to cut the trade if you trade stocks, right? Because now that we've identified this region and we've seen the reaction off of it, oftentimes if it rolls over, it's not going to be a strong sign. To me, it'll signal weakness. Most likely, then we have this major support at the daily SMA 200. But in my experience, we can just get caught in a range then on the daily where it just kind of bounces from the SMA 200 and the EMA 100. That's why, if we lose this daily EMA 100, to me, I wouldn't go balls deep in shorts. It would be a signal of weakness that there is weakness entering this chart. We'd look at the reaction here, hoping that we get a bigger bounce that reclaims this. But if this EMA 100 rejects it, it makes for an easy trade, in my opinion. Easy invalidation, flipping a major level of support into resistance. And each time we've lost these levels here, right, the daily EMA 100 was holding. We lost it here. Okay, that's like the first sign of weakness. And that's why I note this. It's not, immediate. We start chopping around, only for us to basically lose the daily SMA 200. That was a nice dump. More choppiness, right? And it wasn't until we chopped everyone out and then it flipped it into resistance here where we got the real move. But had you had known what we're talking about now with this daily EMA 100 and mentally noted the weakness here, it would have just been an easy trade because you would have just watched these two levels. Price gets below it. The reactions have been nice. So something I would watch on a real simplistic term, because on these new charts, we don't have a lot of data, but luckily the daily does. So I would just use these ranges and the EMA 100 and the SMA 200 as kind of a metric. And right now it's telling you it's risk on. This looks bullish. The hope is just, we want to break the low that we formed here. We don't want this to start rolling over. But if we do, fine. We'd look first at support at the EMA 100. And if we start losing that, the last stand would be basically not breaking this low at 194. This low here, it was basically formed on May 15th. May 16th, I mean. So ideally, that's not something we want to see, but got to respect the trend. There's no short here. It's looking strong on all higher time frames. And the daily did bounce where we wanted to. And if we do get that expansion up, most likely then what that'll mean is this EMA 100 will just keep moving up with price. It doesn't necessarily have to meet it. Sometimes, it'll get front ran, it'll expand up, and then this EMA 100 will just move up with price, causing it to just move up where this low was formed. So something to watch out for. Very simple though. Watch this level. No need to be bearish if we're not under it, essentially, or if it hasn't even lost it yet. And you can see, since we've basically reclaimed the EMA 100 on the daily, had you just taken the simple trade, okay, cool, we've reclaimed it. My invalidation will be anytime we lose it. Just from that simple trade from the wick high, you would have been up a nice 60% almost.
Yeah.
So, it's
Pretty
simple. It sounds simple, but where most people complicate things like this is just their own belief in their system, the conviction, and then just understanding that, in my experience, less is more. And like being able to just have a simple system that you trust with an easy invalidation that can still get you big gains across the board is nice. Because like really, if you take this trade, or had you taken it, or just use these levels, each and every time you would have been rewarded every single time. And the really nice part about uptrending markets is, you may have bid it here when the EMA 100 was just like right around 161. But, right, had you each time added here or just had your stop break even, it moves up with price. So it makes your invalidation, right? Maybe we lose it here. Well, it's already at 200 level. You can cut the trade and it's in profit, and it's not an overcomplicated thing to think about. So something to be mindful of. Watch the daily EMA 100, daily SMA 200, the weekly, the monthly. It's all looking quite bullish, and I'd have to respect trend, and I have to say, just because the trend is up, that I do over time expect this high here at $257 to break. And once that does break, it'll confirm another breakout, leading to another higher high. And then we watch potentially for this next support level, which is resistance now, to get back tested into support. So a very interesting chart, one of the stronger ones I've looked at today, but overall not looking bad.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you so much, sir. Bueno, vamos a platicar rápidamente del café, que es lo que estamos viendo. Gracias a Andrés Esteban por mandar esto. Voy a poner simplemente esto es el análisis de Alex, obviamente. Él empezó en la mensual, pueden ver, tenemos no hay tantos datos, esta tabla empieza en el 2016, pero te da una excelente idea de dónde están tus puntos importantes. Lo pueden tener acá y lo pueden ver, lo pueden copiar, etcétera. Estos son los de Alex, no míos. Una cosa que estamos notando es simplemente la fuerza que lleva el precio a la alza, y están creando obviamente una tendencia fuerte a ella. Si ponemos el EMA 100, que es básicamente el rojo, y el SMA 200, podemos empezar a ver en la semanal un par de buenas ideas. Algo que queremos hacer y que probablemente estamos buscando es que rompa los 260. Una vez que rompes los 260, probablemente vas a hacer un nuevo máximo. Y con un cierre obviamente acá. Bueno, una vez que lo rompas haces un máximo, pero quieres tener un cierre justamente arriba de eso, que es 259 en 260. Y de ahí probablemente te va a ir bastante bien si se da ese cierre y sigue escupiendo para arriba el precio. Lo que podemos notar es bastante fácil en estos trades, sencillo. Cuando el precio sube del SMA 200, pero vamos a agarrar el EMA 100, ¿no? Cuando el precio sube por encima del EMA 100, tienes un movimiento de 134%. Cuando el precio baja del EMA 100, tuviste una corrección de hasta 25%. Lo volviste a retomar acá, y esto que te deja otro 46%. Para que tengan una idea de lo fácil que es tradear el café, lo único que estás esperando es ver cada que venga a testear el 100, si no aguanta la línea roja, tienes tu segundo soporte en la línea morada. Y si no lo aguanta, tienes que empezar a apostar a la baja, haciéndole un buen shorteo por acá cada vez que vayas a retomar cada uno de estos niveles. Pero por ahora se ve bastante alcista en la mensual, en la semanal, en la diaria se ve todavía mejor esto, que es justamente lo de la tendencia. La pierdes, ve el bajón. La ganas, pompón. La pierdes, bajón. La ganas, pompón. Y es un poco lo que vemos en todo. Lo que no quieres perder definitivamente es el nivel de los 194, donde hizo este bajo. Si esto lo pierdes, te está diciendo que estás haciendo bajos más bajos y se vería negativo y habría probablemente una reversión, pero por ahorita se ve bastante alcista y puedes ver todo subir. Esto fue simplemente una vela, no es una línea mía, que vino a testear el EMA 100 y no se dio, para que lo sepan. ¡Uy! Y bueno, para todos los que nos están viendo en este momento, les quiero poner enfrente de ustedes, los quiero llevar a un lugar muy especial, tíos. Estamos básicamente acá. Los quiero invitar a todos ustedes a que se den una vuelta a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Simplemente van a entrar, aquí tienen los análisis de Alex, aquí tienen los análisis de Farhan, aquí abajo tienen todos nuestros enlaces si quieren empezar a tradear en BitGet. Aquí lo tienen para usuarios internacionales, no en Estados Unidos. Requiere KYC, por supuesto, tiene buenos fees. Comparado con bluffing, bluffing es algo que funciona en todo el mundo. En Estados Unidos no tiene KYC, pero los fees son un poco más altos, pero es por la, ¿qué prefieres? KYC, no KYC, lo que gustes. Aquí también tienen Trading View, para si quieren ponerse a hacer sus tablas y todo esto. Y el enlace de BitGet que habíamos corregido, pueden venir a decir hola. Nos pueden mandar que pongamos algunas tablas, aquí compartimos noticias, aquí compartimos todas las ganancias o pérdidas de nuestros amigos por acá y en el general aquí estamos básicamente todos los días. Esto tenía 200 usuarios hace 2 semanas y ahora tenemos 1,300, 1,500, no estoy seguro. Cáiganle, aquí están todos nuestros enlaces. Recuerden, si quieren tradear y quieren ganar, llevarse dinero bastante barato, bastante fácil, usen nuestros enlaces para los, ¿cómo se llama? Para los exchanges, y con esto les van a dar hasta oportunidades de ganar en bluffing. Por ejemplo, están regalando un Rolex, un Nintendo Switch, un iPhone, computadoras, etcétera. Y también hay bonuses, ¿no? Bonos por abrir tu cuenta. Así que, listos. Alrighty, boys. Let's continue to go on. Good morning, says Billy Betancourt. He wants us to check out Google.
Aren't they going by alphabet now? Or is this still ticker Google?
No, alphabet.
All right, got it.
Oh, no, they go by Google in here. I have Googl. Yeah.
The Goog.
Yeah, Goog.
They're totally not biased. Non-biased source. All right,
everybody knows that.
All right, sharing. I'm going to start with the weekly on Google. So right here, we see after we made this top here, we rejected. We tried to find some support here at this median, tried to bounce a little bit, but on the next weekly close, we slammed right through it. Not only do we slam through the median, we slammed through the blue zone, and we closed below the 21 EMA. On this current week, on the previous week, we tried to test it again. We tested all the way up to this 9 and the 5 EMA, rejected it, and closed below the 21 again. And we opened this week up on a gap down. And then we tested this resistance right here, the 78.6% level this week on the move up at 166.93, rejected it, and we're still below it right now. We're still below the 21, we're below the 78.6% level. We're getting momentum pointed heavily to the downside. We're getting volatility supporting it. And momentum is currently lower than this dump here, like almost as low as it was back on October of 2023, whenever we went down from this $143 high to around $123. Technically, price is higher than that, while momentum is going, like, touching these levels. So if we can end up closing a weekly above this 21, this yellow line here, which is at $169, very nice number, we would confirm we would confirm some hidden bullish divergence. And then from there, we could target back this blue zone. On the next weekly close, the blue zone is most likely going to go down to right here, this zone right here, which is the previous breakdown area, which is around like $185. That is very likely going to hold as resistance. And if there is any weakness there, that would be the ideological place to take a short entry. And then your stop loss would be anywhere. You don't really need the blue zone, to be honest. All you would have to really do is watch this breakdown area. If you get any type of closure above this breakdown area, you can confirm the local lows in, and you can target these previous highs. But until then, you have to assume that this is going to hold as resistance, and then we're going to come down to test this 55, which we have not tested. We tested in all of these major dumps, and we still have not gotten that yet. So it's not very wise to say the bottom would be in without getting all of a test or retested every single previous major low. unless you want to believe that this time is different. And personally, I'm not a believer of that this time is different ideology.
Yeah, no shit. Now, from what you're saying is, we want to break past 169.
Yeah, you want to break and
That's
hold
number
past
one.
169, and then after
And
that,
then,
yeah,
Mhm.
after that we want to close the weekly over 185.
Yeah, and if you don't, then that's the shortable. That's a good entry position for a short. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and then your stop loss
Okay.
would be a weekly close over 185.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
And after that, you would get out and you would long that and target the previous highs.
Yeah.
So the monthly, I'm interested in the monthly. The monthly is looking kind of nice right here because we're getting a bounce exactly where we would want to, right here at this median zone at $156.50. We're gonna bounce there, and we're holding the 9 as well. The only cause for concern is that we're still below the 5 EMA, which on all of these up moves we've continued to either we lost it and then we quickly reclaimed it, or we've held it the entire way through. Right now we've lost it. We have this week to reclaim it, so we can have the same deviation as we did before. And in order to reclaim it, we would have to close the weekly over the monthly over $166.71. So you have two options. You can either close a weekly over 185 or a monthly over 166.70. Either way would confirm a local low here, and then you could target these previous highs because that would also hold this 9 EMA and it would hold this blue zone. So right now we're watching for that. On the monthly, on the opposite end though, is we're getting momentum start to curve to the downside, like we did right here, and then it followed through with the moving average pointing down as well. We haven't exactly gotten that yet. So once we get this moving average start to point down, which is we're not going to know until the next monthly close, and at that point, if the price action has gone like significantly down, you would have missed the easy trade. So you shouldn't really be watching this on like an actionable thing to take a trade on, but just something like take caution.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting the jewels flipping to a neutral signal, which is also giving us a sign for caution. Where if we were to lose this median right here at 156.49, this would confirm into a sell signal. Last time that's happened was in October of 2021. And how much of a dump did we have in October of 2021?
Oh, dude, that was a good one.
Yeah, that was an easy 43%. And on a
Yeah.
company like Google's moving like a shitcoin.
Yeah.
43% down.
Just a few $1 trillion down, no biggie.
Yeah, people think when they see their shitcoin go down 40%, they're like, "Oh, I'm terrified." But in reality, that's like what, $50 million market cap loss.
Yeah, that's nothing. This is fucking ridiculous that these companies can just move so much. Even just on Friday or Monday alone, how much money was lost from value?
Yeah, I believe Meta moved down from the highs in 2021 to the lows like 70%.
Yeah, he did a 70% correction.
And
What a buying opportunity. And
Meta
then
is like one of the Magnificent Seven.
Yep.
So on the daily, we came down to this 200 and we didn't quite test it. We front ran a little bit because I'm sure there's a whole bunch of people who had their orders here who are not filled, and now they're feeling FOMO to the upside. We're getting a silver cross freshly to the downside. So if we do get a move up to fill this inefficiency right here, we would expect a lower high somewhere around this silver cross, which is at the 21 EMA, which is at $173, and this median zone, which is also at $173. Whenever you see these two significant zones line up, it gives you an idea that this is going to be a major zone, whether it be to the upside or the downside. Now we see it to the downside. So we should know that we should expect this to be a lower high. And on the daily over here, if you were to day trade this, you could take a short right here at 172, 173, and you would target first you would target this 200, and then below that you would target this 100% zone, which is at $136. And if you would get any type of daily close above this median zone in this 21 EMA at $173, you would then just cut the trade, flip long, and target these previous highs over here. Let's see if there's any divergence. That's going to give us a good idea. Because these major stocks, they love to move off of RSI divergences. So right here, we don't really have anything on the weekly. We have a little bit of hidden bearish divergence on the weekly, but we've already hit the easy target right here, which is the middle zone. The middle zone is currently at 166. The next target off of that divergence would be this bearish control zone, and that currently sits at $145. The only way to confirm this, that we would hit this bearish control zone, is that we would have to lose this 55 EMA. At that point, then we would target that bearish control zone, which is currently at $145. It's probably going to move down on the next closer, and it's probably going to line up somewhere with this 200 SMA, which is currently at $123 to $125 range. That's from the 2021 cycle highs to the bear market low. we ended up consolidating right there around that 200 SMA, which also gives us like significance that if we failed the silver cross like we did right here, this would be our easy zone, and then from here we could wait for consolidation. If we were to reclaim it, you wait for the retest, and then you would long that up to the upside. We don't have any like major divergences on the weekly. On the monthly, this is very bad though. On the monthly, we have 3 drives of regular bearish divergence within the bullish control zone, and that is the strongest form of bearish divergence. And you see, last time we had bearish divergence in the bullish control zone right here, this was January of 2020, and followed was the COVID dump. We had it over here, August of 2021. That was the cycle high until the bear market low. And right now we're about to confirm another drive of bearish divergence. We still have about 23 days to confirm it. The only way to not confirm it is that price would have to close above $172 this month to not confirm it. At that point, this would be erased, and then we could right now we're at the edge of the bullish control zone. If this gets erased, then we would expect to find some support here, like we did all of these times, where we found the low here and we held support. And the same thing is going on over here, where we tested the bullish control zone. We found support at this blue 9 EMA. Right now, we're still finding support at this blue 9 EMA, which is giving some hopium to the bulls that we could possibly, by the end of this month, reverse this bearish divergence. But if this divergence doesn't get confirmed, the easy target is going to be this middle zone right here. And the middle zone currently sits at $135. Does that number seem familiar to anybody? Keeps coming back up.
135 keeps coming back up, and it's also around where the 100 SMA is on the weekly.
Yeah, so if we were to confirm this right now, it's looking like we're probably going to confirm it unless we close below this number right here at 172. And the reason why I think it's more likely to confirm is because we have 2 candle closures above the highs. After the highs. And 2 candle closures, but usually divergence left to see. So if you do not reverse this second red candle closure right here, it's going to confirm, and then at that point, the easy trade is going to be towards 135. Probably so easy that you can just blindly short it with like a very, very low leverage and expect to hit that 135 number. I wouldn't I'm not that much of an aggressive trader, but if you were, you could probably take that and you would have a high probability of winning from that.
I thought you were a degenerate.
I'm a degenerate in crypto.
Got it. Not with stocks that move 1 mile an hour.
Yeah. It sounds retarded,
super
right?
high risk.
It sounds very stupid. It sounds very stupid.
No, I understand. I'm getting on the same boat, right?
Maybe I'm missing a few chromosomes.
Or you have some extras. That would make you win the Olympics, by the way. Okay.
Olympics.
Aquí tenemos Google, tal cual lo vamos a poner en la mensual. Lo primero que tenemos que notar es, en la mensual, cuando Farhan sacó todos sus indicadores, hay una divergencia bajista, una posible divergencia bajista de, 3 posibles divergencias bajistas, lo que no se ve nada bien. Y las va a tomar si el precio no puede básicamente subir de los $169, si lo quieren ver así. Es la mejor manera de pensarlo. Ahora, en la mensual están viendo cómo el EMA 9 nos está dando un buen empujoncito para arriba. Venimos, rebotamos en él y vamos. Pero cuando volteamos a ver cosas más cercanas, así como la semanal, podemos ver que perdimos el 9, perdimos el 21. Tienes un cierre, 2 cierres, 3 cierres abajo del 9 y del 21. Esto lo pone en territorio de simplemente perder perder el nivel. ¿Qué pasa cuando lo pierdes? Tienes bajones significativos. Es un bajón de 40%, por ejemplo. Y al revés, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa cuando retomas el EMA 9? Tienes subidones de 100%, que eso es bastante bueno en cripto. Lo están viendo en la semanal, lo que aquí les puse estas 2 líneas porque son bastante importantes. En la semanal, quiere cerrar arriba de 166.67 para continuar siendo alcista en Google. 2 cierres semanales o un cierre mensual arriba de los $169, hermoso número, pero tienes que estar encima de ello. Si no cierras arriba de los $169 en la mensual, prepárate para comer nepe. Y lo mismo, si no tienes 2 cierres arriba de las 166.39 en la semanal, no, en la mensual era la pasada, prepárate para comer nepe. Lo que probablemente nos esté diciendo, y si estamos volteando a ver la tabla, es que esto se va a juntar por acá con el precio, el EMA 100, y muy probablemente el precio vaya a caer hasta por acá. esa es la idea. Si rompemos todo esto, te puedes imaginar el caidón que va a tener, porque si rompes el SMA 200 y el EMA 100 es cuando tiene las caídas potentes que hemos visto antes. Entonces, atentos con Google, aunque si te echas para atrás, puedes ver esto, qué bonito, viene una tendencia alcista potente desde COVID, básicamente acá, donde te recargaste en el último mercado bajista. Y existe la posibilidad de que vayas a buscar esto una vez más. Y recuerda, como va subiendo, ya no vas a encontrar estos niveles de 80, pero probablemente 120, 130 sí. Está Farhan más a la baja que a la alza. Y creo que es bastante obvio el por qué. En la diaria hemos visto cómo perdimos literalmente todo. Vino el precio a buscar el SMA de los 200. Ni siquiera lo encontró para que la gente no pudiera meter dinero y ahora estás flotando en medio de la nada. Probablemente vas a venir aquí arriba, encontrar un rechazo, o sea, básicamente algo por así, y luego probablemente seguir así hasta que te lleve el nepe. Eso es lo que se ve aparentemente en Google hasta ahora. Vale. Nvidia, of course.
Yeah, of course. Let's
How
check it
can
out.
we not do a live stream and not bring up Nvidia, which I have a pretty easy, cool setup on Nvidia, and I think it's going to go down.
Seems that way. Let's see.
Is Jensen gonna fail us?
He just signed enough titties already to forget about it.
I see.
He's
Yeah,
like,
then-
I'm good. I don't need the extra attention right now. I'm just going to focus on building chipsets now. So he's going back into his cave. He's going to be building these chips. He's going to make the most beautiful chips anyone has ever seen. And I've seen chips, all kinds of chips, habanero, onion. No.
I think it went down 15% since he signed the tits. So
Oh,
Not-
really?
that's what I
signal.
was reading yesterday. So who knows?
Bad titties. No.
But here we have Nvidia on the weekly. We've been watching. Before this breakdown really occurred, we were mentioning this range that we were potentially forming here, this channel. We had the breakdown. It was pretty aggressive. And what would have been your first sign of weakness here would have been the weekly right here losing the 9, in my opinion. But nevertheless, now here we have an impressive rally from the wick low to the high of this week. 20% from where we're at now, 15%. So it's been an impressive rally so far. But where we're at currently is we are retesting resistance here at basically $106.27. But also we have major resistance at $113. So how you could look at this is basically a big like a resistance range of $106 to $113.
Check out your EME 21. Sorry.
Where that's something I would be watching for essentially. Oh, yeah, that's good that you brought this up because the EMA 21, like I mentioned, I like using it for when we lose the 9. We lose the 9. Oftentimes the 21 can kind of be like the plan B for bulls. Lose the 9. We didn't fully get to the 21, but then that's where we usually, if bullish, we'll get a bounce, and then usually from a few more closures, we'll reclaim the 9. But here on the flip side, Nvidia now is flipping it into resistance, and it kind of solidifies then this meme resistance to me. So currently at 106 to 104 dollars. Right now, the 21 on the weekly is at $104.61. And you can kind of see the reaction so far on it. We're now below it. Nvidia can go either way though, especially like Farn was saying earlier in the stream. When you're dealing with a weekly, it can go a lot higher than, let's say, the key level that it's supposed to reclaim, only for it to come back down before the closure. So closures really only matter, in my opinion, when looking at this stuff. And currently, as it stands, we're almost doing like a bearish retest on the weekly right now. That's what it looks like to me.
Feels like it.
Yeah, and it looks like it too, especially after losing a massive level. These rallies that we often get are impressive, but they don't really do much in regards to structure. So great point here. 21 is acting as resistance. Now, I do think since, stocks do look, at least the majors are looking slightly okay. Could definitely constitute a bounce, especially with potentially Dixie coming more down. Maybe we see Nvidia go up a little higher. Wouldn't surprise me, especially if we even went to that 106 to 113 level again. But I would just look at that as an opportunity to short, in my opinion. And the stop loss would just be really, really easy at that point. In my opinion, you really wouldn't want Nvidia to get back above 120. So the easy short would either be you could start scaling it at the 21 in this resistance here, or if you're more conservative, start taking a short here at the EMA 9 on the weekly, having your basically your stop loss, your hard stop loss at this 120 area, which is basically where we last rejected before breaking down. For you could front run it if we start reclaiming this 116.76 basically was support up until we broke down, flipped into resistance. But for me, that's something I would look to potentially play. It just depends on where this weekly closes. Now, if we go on the daily, since we're at the weekly 21, I can imagine the daily is probably at resistance. And we can see that here. Nice rally up, but basically this daily EMA 9 is still holding price down as it's been the entire way down. Impressive deviation, though. We can't disregard that. Lost support, deviated, quickly reclaimed this daily EMA 100, which is what we want to see. Now we just are waiting for the weekly and to see if the daily today can still hold this daily EMA 100. What we don't want is potentially this to be a shallow lower high leading to a lower low, confirmed if we break the low that was formed on August 5th, which basically sits at $90.69. So until then, it's more in the no trade zone. I'd be on short watch, basically, kind of like what I'm with crypto. I don't think risk on will get, the bid that everyone thinks where we just V reverse out of this. Bottoms are caught. It's simple. Best case scenario is we probably just range. Potentially the best case would be ranging after reclaiming some major levels here. But overall, as it stands, yeah, Nvidia is rejecting resistance. You can see the support. Now we're kind of deviating it again, rejecting it, falling back below, even hitting the 9 on the daily, which is what you'd want to see. Usually the 9 will act as basically that first metric on super trending moves. If it holds and bases it on support in bull markets and often rejects it in downtrend. So, something to watch right now, especially with this daily in 4 hours. Two things. Is the 9 going to keep acting as resistance on the daily? And then also, is this EMA 100 going to act as support? Because then that's fine. We essentially don't want this daily EMA 100 to get lost. If it gets lost, in my opinion, it just kind of will solidify that this potentially will be potentially another lower high here, where I'd look at this low not to hold, and I'd look at this $80 region, low 80s.
Lots of confluence there, yeah.
Yeah, to be an opportunity zone to bid for a trade. And then, it's really simple. Take it to the daily SMA 200, EMA 100. No, take it to the EMA 100 after
100.
you long the SMA 200. Really simple there. Take the long there, close it, see the reaction. If we reclaim the EMA 100, reopen a long. It's very simple. It's just more of a patience game here. If this daily EMA 9 gets reclaimed, cool, but will be more risk on, in my opinion, more of a chance to retest, fall back in this range here and possibly retest the top here of this channel if we get back above the 21. But until then, at resistance, the 9 is doing what it's been doing, just like it was holding price up here in an uptrend. Now is the downtrend. Are we flipped? Is it now going to be holding price down and rejecting off of it? If we fall like we're doing now, all eyes on this daily EMA 100. In my opinion, though, the way everything's looking, especially so early in the day, the way sentiment kind of flipped just by a little bit of green, I often have to ask myself, okay, we're most likely rallying based on the news that dropped last night with Japan. Then is it enough? Is the damage too severe for Japan to bounce back that easily from what they're doing with their monetary policy? And then also, how are markets going to react knowing that Iran potentially is going to attack, them releasing some statement I think like an hour or two ago, just talking about implying an attack's going to come when they feel right. Essentially, like that looming over markets. While Nvidia is, in my opinion, in a downtrend on the daily, is it wise to be on long watch or short watch? I think it's better to be on short watch and have, and just have your risk metrics to where if you're wrong, you can flip it. But right as it stands, no trade here. I'd wait for the daily. It's really easy then. If we lose the daily EMA 100, this is another deviation, and then I'll look to short the retest of it. Very simple.
Awesome. Let's get at it over here. Perfecto. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, ahí les va. Nvidia, y para que sepan, estamos diciendo instantáneamente, les tengo la gráfica semanal y la diaria, de acuerdo a lo que nos compartió Alex, y diciendo, estamos más tirándole a estar un poco por afuera, viendo desde afuera para adentro, y probablemente mucho más, no mucho más, pero estar más del lado de que el mercado va a bajar, simplemente viendo lo que se está dando. ¿Por qué? Porque viene el ataque, esto es justo lo que platicó Alex, viene la amenaza, el ataque de Irán, ¿no? Contra Israel, pero también sepamos que cuando nos cuentan muchísimas cosas que van a pasar en la guerra que nadie sabe, es puro palo, es tal vez también para distraernos, vender todo y que ellos compren el mercado. Pero hablemos de la tabla. ¿Qué estamos viendo en este momento? Podemos ver que está en este momento Nvidia, vino a tocar este techo en los $140, bajó, no se vino a recargar en los 116 hasta que después fue rechazado en los 136 y ahí ya llegó acá. Una vez que llegó a los 130, a los 116, hizo un super stop en los 124 y de ahí bajó al siguiente nivel que son los 107. Intentó volver a subir, pero aquí el problema es perdió el EMA 9. El EMA 9 lo perdió, baja el precio, baja el nivel. Abres por acá, recuerda que estas son velas semanales, abres acá abajo y luego tienes este gran pompazo, pero ahora ¿qué estamos viendo? Estamos viendo, ni siquiera estamos cerca del 9 y estamos siendo rechazados por el 21, lo que nos pone instantáneamente a pensar que el siguiente nivel que vayamos a ver sean los 82, sobre todo cuando lo vemos en la diaria es donde te pinta una excelente fotografía esto. ¿Por qué? Vienes de subida, encuentras este doble tope que te diste por acá, pierdes el EMA 9, no lo reganas, intentas volverlo a ganar, pero es rechazado y rechazado, vuelves a caer y vuelves a intentar ir a buscarlo en este momento que está en los 107.86 y está siendo rechazado rotundamente y el precio está en 103 en este momento. Además, el EMA 100 está aquí arriba en los 104.83. Ni siquiera estamos pudiendo pasar eso y lo vamos a perder. Muy probablemente si lo perdemos, a cierto punto nos veremos por ahí de los 82 porque pueden ver cómo el SMA 200 cruza por acá en esta línea de soporte donde hay bastante confluencia en el precio por acá, que es lo importante. ¿Y qué es lo que mejor se daría en este escenario? Un short. Un short. ¿Dónde? Depende qué tan agresivo quieras ser, pero bastante sencillo. Puedes empezar a hacer tu DCA al short por aquí de los 108, buscando el retesteo de los 100, ponte tú el de los 107 con el EMA 9, agregar a tu posición en los 113 y tener tu invalidación en los 120. Puedes agregar todo este nivel. Y sencillo, si esto lo rompe a la alza y pasa de los 120, puedes completamente salirte y no usar mucho leverage. Tampoco no te apalanques como loco. Es un poco el setup que se está dando. Vamos a ver si lo puede volver a retomar, si el precio va a volver a subir a tapar esto o si ya de plano se va a desinflar. Y recuerden, cada que pierdes, porque vean lo significante, o sea, no ha perdido el EMA 100 todo este tiempo hasta ahora. La última vez que lo perdió fue acá atrás. Y quiero que vean lo que pasó, porque lo pierde el precio y la caída de Nvidia fue de 57%. Desde entonces, cuando lo retomó, y de nuevo, esto es algo que también te va a decir cuando quieras hacer el largo, ¿no? El long. Pero acá lo ganaste y tuviste una subida de 815%. Para que vean lo importante que es este nivel de del 100, y aquí estamos justamente siendo rechazados por él. Antes de que se pongan todos a celebrar, ¡compraron el fondo! Ahí está. Así que es lo que estamos viendo. Vale, Nagaro. And now I don't know if this is like some sort of new word for the N word or not, but let's see. I'm going to look it up.
What is
Oh
the
no, it's a
ticker?
real company.
What's the ticker?
It's O0. I mean 0AA3.
0. Huh.
Do you see it?
Yeah. 0.
Looks like it's about to lose everything on the daily. Let me look at the weekly. Yep.
Interesting.
Let's take a look at this.
Ooh. Don't look at the monthly. Just do yourself that favor.
Just like Nvidia, the weekly looks like it's just putting in a bearish retest.
Yeah, it is. This is actually what seems more like as the day is developing and the more we get into these charts, that everything is kind of getting rejected towards the moon, right? Like all of the guys that bought the dip are starting to think, oh boy. Or maybe they're packing their bags, even bigger bags, so they can fucking absolutely get to the center of the earth, right? Without anything inside of those bags. But hey,
well, because like, is it, I'm like, is it enough just from what we had last night with Japan just to, reverse out of this, recession's off, all is well, bull market's back on? I don't know, and I just think there's still too many factors of why, taking caution in these areas is probably for the better. And we see that with Nvidia, which has been like the gauge on risk on. Like I'm like, after analyzing, I'm like, wow, yeah, the daily is at a very important spot for Nvidia, honestly. And then when you look at the weekly, wow, yeah, it's rallied straight up to where it's lost. It just looks like a bearish retest. Is that all this rally is? Essentially a dead cat bounce leading to a bearish retest?
Well, let me ask you this. Instead of looking at it from so far away, imagine the Federal Reserve hikes interest rates, right? Like they did in 2022 in March. And the moment that they hike the interest rate, the market collapses instantly. If the Fed comes out on Monday to reverse their policy, how big of a deal would that be?
Yeah. I mean, it would be a massive deal because that's something in my opinion, the Fed would not do.
But this is what I'm saying. The Bank of fucking Japan did it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, why the Bank of Japan shouldn't be doing this either, in my view. They just went in, they probably broke the fuck out of something, and they're like, all right, never mind. And they turn around and left it.
Yeah. I mean, and yeah, it's a great point. And that's why it's such an interesting spot we're at, because it's like, yeah, I mean, it's just we have all these major things, and it's just kind of like stacking up to what's more important to the market. It is major, and the Bank of Japan doing that yesterday, yeah, it was big, and I do think that's why we're seeing green now. Is it enough? Is the damage done though? That's the big question. And then also, what's the Fed going to do? Because they don't have, they could do that, but they won't do it. And then like, what's the implication with the U.S. being in a recession? Because that's still a very much real possibility.
Absolutely. Let's get fucked, boys. All right. You're looking at Nagaro far end. Let's go. Let's get it.
All right. So we've been in this little weekly range since about May of 2023. We've been testing the top, testing the bottom, testing the top. The major EMAs tried to flip up for a little bit, try to reverse this downtrend, but they got rejected at this meme line support here, and they started flipping back down. If you look on the weekly, every single major EMA is pointed down, which tells you that the price asset is in a downtrend. Right here, we do have the first signs of the jewel starting to flip around into a neutral signal. We don't have a buy signal yet, but that wouldn't necessarily tell you that this downtrend is over. That's all that would point you towards, is that we might likely retest these EMAs, if not this meme line over here. And over there, you would most likely look for a short, and you would get in over here, and your stop loss would be any close above this meme line. Because if you close over this line, then we're most likely going to go to this top line over here and test this area. Right now, we have volatility compression, where volatility is going down and it's going towards the lows. The one thing that you see in common with this asset throughout all of this price history is that every time volatility is going down is when price is going up, which means that's a corrective move, and price is just mean reverting from its previous move before. And then whenever volatility expands again, it always expands to the downside. It's happened every single time. always volatility expansion leads to downside moves. I would personally bet on this trend to continue because, as you guys know, the trend is your friend. Let's go down to the daily. On the daily, on the other hand, we're getting a few drives of bullish divergence here off of this bearish control zone. It doesn't tell us, once again, doesn't tell us that price is going to V revert all the way out of here. It's going to tell us that we're going to test the next nearest support zone, which right now we've already hit that easy target, which is right here at the middle zone, $77. I think we've already pretty much.
We're right there.
Yeah, we're already right around this resistance zone. The next target after that, if we were able to close over this, which scheme is that? The 55, which right now we're rejecting. It is currently sitting at around $77, I believe. No, not 78. Yeah, $78.
78.
If we close over that, then we could target this bullish control zone, which is currently sitting at $83. But until then, we have to assume that this area is going to be resistance, and we've already hit this easy target. Everybody else is going to see this divergence. They're going to say, oh, we have multiple drives with bullish divergence. Time to go to the moon from here. But that's not always necessarily the case. Usually, whenever that happens, is because the divergence was enough to get us to that previous resistance, and then we were able to close above that resistance. That's why we were able to go up to new highs from there. Currently, it doesn't look like we have any chance of doing that because we have so many levels of resistance on this chart that you would have to probably move up from here. Let's go to the weekly chart. Be easier to tell you how much percentage-wise. We have to go up over 80% and then close above that to revert this trend.
I'm sure it'll do that. But in a day or no, in a week? You're looking at the weekly.
Yeah, it needs to do it. Go up 80% in a week to revert this trend, which, based on history, I don't think that's very likely.
Fuck.
All right, let me check my
like how this person, how my boy Giovanni found this.
Let's check the momentum on indicators. 0.883. Weekly. Right here, our weekly pivot to turn momentum back to the upside currently is $78.97. Right now, we're finding that $78 zone as resistance.
Rejection.
On the weekly, whenever we flip the momentum back up, every single time it's been a test of this 55 and it's been rejected. We had a flip up right here, rejected the 55, flip up right here, rejected the 55. We got a flip up right here, rejected the 55 once again. And every single time we ended up following through with the lower low. Like this time we rejected the 55, we made a 52% drop. We rejected the 55 over here, 24.5% drop. So usually we get like a 20 to 50% drop after we reject this 55, which lines up with this same thing here. The volatility is going down, just like it was here, just like it was here. And then when it expands, it breaks the slow and it goes back to the downside. Check on the daily. Daily momentum is pointed heavily towards the downside, and it's vertical too, and it's giving us one of these red momentum dots. These dots signify extreme momentum to the downside. Like we had it right here, where we made a significant top, and we ended up going from $91 all the way down to $73. So we have that pointed down to the downside as well. Any daily closure over $80.25 today, like not tomorrow or any other one of those days, it has to close over this today to flip this momentum back to the upside. Because if it doesn't, this is going to flip more to the downside, and this number is going to go up. Most likely
at that point, $83.
It's at $80.25 right now.
Got it.
Most likely, if today does not close over $80.25, this number is going to go down up, and it's going to go up to these previous highs over here, right around $90. And then you're going to have to close tomorrow over $90 to flip that momentum back to the upside. The more this stays to the downside, after each close, the price is going to go up that you need to go over to revert it, because bears are going to be even more and more in control. Bulls have no hope of turning back momentum without an aggressive move to the upside until it hits these lows over here, where each time it hit these lows, it was able to find a bottom. At that point, who knows where price will be? Maybe it'll be down here. Maybe it'll be all the way down here.
Yeah.
Because if you draw a weekly fib, you could get like a little bit of an idea of where you could expect price to go from here.
So hang on, because we're recording this, show us how to do a proper Fibonacci retracement, because you're doing a retracement, right?
Yes, I'm doing a bearish retracement right now.
Okay, and how do you, I'm sorry, before you set it up, what is it? How do you do it? And what are the important levels?
So you would want to take it from the low, and you want to go to the high on a bearish retracement. And the levels you're mainly looking at, let me draw this more, right? That's a little sloppy. The major levels you're looking at are this golden pocket, and you're looking at the 50% zone. The golden pocket is where you expect to find support before, like on any type of like dead cat bounce or like a lower high type of thing. Where right now we're finding support exactly where we need to on the golden pocket. To revert this downward move, you would have to close over the 50%. The 50% is not a Fibonacci number, but it's a Gann number, which a Gann is like a guy who started TA like I want to say like 100 years ago, and he's one of the best traders of all time. So he started a system called Gann, which uses the 50% zone as the major reflection zone on like moves up or down. Where this would be the zone where psychologically on the downside the bulls would take back over, and psychologically on the upside bears would take back over. Right now, that number lines right up with this 55 EMA at that same $79 zone, which we have as well for our momentum to flip back up. As long as we do not close above this 50% zone, which would also be another test of this 55, we would have to target the 161.8% level, which right now sits at $43.38. Because the way Fibonacci works is whenever you lose a major level or reclaim a major level, you target 161.8%.
So you always target that level.
Yeah, whenever you lose or gain a major level, you target this one next. And this would be an easy target. And that one currently sits how much below price? That's just another 42% dump from here. And that seems pretty common with this thing where
yes,
it rallies up into the 55 and it takes a major dump from there. I have one more chart to look at. 0883. Let's apply some statistical data to it as well. So right now, we did kind of go close to the bottom of the blue zone. We didn't quite touch it. When we're finding some support right here at the median, which is at $76. If we were to get a daily close over this, then we could probably retest this 55 again. And because of the history of this asset, I would look for a rejection there. If you're, you wouldn't even have to be aggressive, to be honest. You could just take a short anywhere around here, and you would have a very high probability play that it would continue down towards that $40 zone. And momentum is kind of telling you that right now with volatility pointed downwards that this should be a corrective move and that we should not expect this area to hold, this 55 EMA to hold. And we should expect continuation of trend.
Fucking beautiful. Thank you, sir. Looks like it's just deflating away. Vale. Estamos viendo el precio de Nagarro, que nadie sabía lo que era, y es una tabla bastante nueva, empezó en el 2021, como cualquier otro startup alrededor del mundo que se hizo público, y lo que hemos estado notando es que estás creando altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, hasta que creaste un bajo más bajo, y ahora la gente cree que esto podría ser el principio de la reversión de la tendencia. Pero si ponemos atención a la tabla, y esto es lo que estaba diciendo Farhan, es... Literalmente estamos bajo todos los niveles importantes, los hemos perdido absolutamente todos. ¿Qué pasó la última vez que perdimos todos estos cordoncitos? Tuviste una bajada del 43%. En este momento, algo que nos acaban de enseñar rápidamente es, si no tienes, te lo voy a poner sencillo, en la diaria, si no cierras arriba de $80 con 25 centavos el día de hoy, que está por aquí arriba, casi en el S&P 200. Si no lo puedes superar, esto va a irse para abajo. Es así de sencillo lo que estamos viendo. Esta es una tabla súper bajista. Entonces, ¿cómo puedes medir qué tan bajo va? Te revientas un fib retracement. ¿Qué es un fib retracement? Es simplemente otro indicador que nos ayuda a poder medir posibles movimientos. Y ahora lo empiezas desde la parte de abajo, que justamente nos acaban de decir, o la parte de arriba hasta la parte de abajo. Aquí, un segundo, y esto nos lleva acá. Farhan, is that right?
Yes, right around there. It's close enough.
Okay. Yeah,
it doesn't have to be exact with these numbers.
Thank you, sir. Ok, entonces, ¿cómo hicimos esto una vez más? Solamente un fib retracement es un indicador que puedes usar para medir qué tanto puede caer el precio de algo o subir. Vas a agarrar el tope y tirarlo hasta el fondo o del fondo al tope para tener una idea. Lo puedes hacer así y ahí lo tienes. Ahora, ¿qué nivel estamos buscando? Estamos buscando el 1.681. El 1.681 está aquí por acá de los $51, para que tengan una idea de la tremenda caída que puede llevarse esto todavía. ¿Cuánto sería? Básicamente, eso es un 22%. No, espérame, esta no me salió bien. What the fuck did I do wrong? I fucked up. One more time. Wait. No, now I'm opening a long. Early mornings. Wow, I did it again. I feel like Britney Spears.
It's on, that one.
I don't understand what the fuck was I thinking. Right there, right?
There we go.
There we go. Now it's proper. Yep, that's where it takes you to that zone right there. Ok. Y esto es básicamente lo que esperas con esto, porque esta zona debería ser como un imán para el precio una vez que sea rechazada. Ahí está. Una vez que sea el precio que sea rechazado, el SMI 200, el EMA 55, que no lo tengo acá, y todo esto. Así que en la diaria, si no le ganas al 80-25, esto va a caer, improbablemente vaya a caer hasta acá. La única jugada que tiene muchísimo sentido en este momento acá con este precio es agarrar, en vez de, ¿cómo se llama? En vez de pensar, güey, voy a comprar a largo, es hacer un corto. Puedes empezar tu corto acá. Si llega a subir acá a 78, chido, agregas. Si llega a subir a los casi 80 antes del cierre, posiblemente agregues. ¿Dónde está tu invalidación arriba de esto, de los $82? Sería la movida que más sensata en este momento. Ok. Now, ¿qué me dicen? Let me ask you, boys. Is it time to buy Bitcoin? That's what they're asking.
I would want to wait to see the weekly close before I feel comfortable taking any type of position right now.
Alex?
Yeah, for me, it's not the time. And it's really easy to know when it is the time. For me, 2 levels, just a weekly EMA 9 reclaim, and then if the monthly holds the EMA 9, then that'll give more confluence that the weekly might flip up. But until then, it's too much in the gray area to bid here, because the risk to reward isn't worth it. The charts aren't telling me anything.
Ya. Ahorita estamos justamente en medio de la nada en Bitcoin, y voy a repetir lo que dijeron. Farhan dijo que hasta que no cierre la semanal y vea dónde está parada la semanal, no va a tomar nada de acción, y Alex dice que está lo mismo. Estamos en medio del trade. No tienes una dirección clara dónde ir, y es bastante importante tener eso en mente. Así que lo que quieres es cerrar la semanal, estar arriba del EMA 9 y empezar a retomar soportes importantes, en vez de resistencias, convertirlos en soportes otra vez y seguir para arriba. Pero por ahora el precio te está diciendo nada, no quieres meterte como gorda de tobogán y aventarte como loco. Ok. Penn. Have we looked at Penn before?
Sell me this pen.
Sell me this pen.
I don't think we've looked at this.
No, I don't have anything on it.
Penn Entertainment.
Weekly. Oh, boy.
You go to the quarterly.
Doesn't look pretty.
Oh, wow.
No, it's another one of those going to zero stocks.
Okay, let me get this up.
The name is quite fitting because soon it'll be a penny stock.
I didn't know you had the capabilities of throwing an uncle joke out there. It's a dad joke in English, but in Spanish it's an uncle joke.
Yeah, I'm learning.
You're learning from me because I'm old? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. No.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Fuck. This is a terrible chart.
Yeah. It's getting to that time where we're getting into these charts that just look horrendous.
Well, that's the fun, right? That's what they're looking for.
No, it's great. I always love it. So
yeah,
essentially right here, what we see is, so Penn's in an aggressive downtrend. And that's pretty evident. To me, this looks just like one of those meme coin, shit coins on crypto, where it has just a massive move up and then slowly and surely just fizzles out and dies. As it stands on the weekly, I'm not really getting anything on the weekly other than potentially a lower high here put in. Confirmed if we break the low that was formed right around $13.53. And we have to assume that's kind of where we're at in the chart, because it's been telling us that every single time it's formed a lower high. The downtrend's very aggressive in there, so we have to respect it. So that's something I'd look out for, breaking that, and then potentially what we don't want, obviously, is us to just break this weekly low at $3.80. Still a long ways away overall. Let me see here on the weekly. So what we could do is we could take this range high, put another meme line right on it, something like that, right? So now we're in a range, and we can see that price, tried to reclaim the range, deviated, rally up on the weekly, sits nicely with this $18.58 region, along with the 21. So to me, that tells me that this is a rejection zone, and I'd look to either take a short, and you have to stop at this high here, very easy play, or cut it if we start reclaiming this on the weekly. It often makes it pretty nice when you have a rejective EMA that we've been rejecting off of the 21 and the 9, lining up with a breakdown area. So for me, I'd look at a rally into that if bulls want to gain some momentum, but we would have to just respect the trend and think or assume that it's going to roll over. Going back to the range lows here at $14.15, we'll call it. So that's a weekly. The monthly chart doesn't look any better. Still a long ways away, but you can see this monthly SMA 200 has not a lot of data on this chart, but you can see here now the price on this chart has came all the way down to flip it into resistance. Definitely not something you want to see in terms of strength, along with rejecting the 9. So overall, the monthly is looking pretty bad, and that's giving me more confidence that I do think that the weekly potentially has formed the high right here at it was basically on the July 8th week, right around $21.37. So I would look to that as like an invalidation if you're playing this, for that theory that this is just another lower high leading to a lower low. But until then, right, we'll look at this EMA 9 on the weekly as resistance, which is lining up perfectly with our meme line resistance, which was nice support. So, if we get reclaims on that, that'll be a better sign. But for how it stands, it looks like the high is in. This was the lower high, and we're just probably going to make our way down and possibly break this low here at $13.47, leading to that lower low. That's the assumption I'd run on. And if you're trying to short this, it's really simple. I just focus on this level. It's okay to get past it, but we just don't want any weekly closures above it. And I would expect this area to reject. Let me see here on the daily. And the daily gives us more confluence of that area being a rejective zone. You can see it's okay to rally into these zones, but price reclaims the EMA 100. Cool, gives us legs to go to the SMA 200, where that's just been the rejection zone. Through and through. So, which makes sense, right? Downtrends, you don't want these levels to get reclaimed, and in uptrends, that is, the level you need to get reclaimed, and then base off of it and hold. And so, unfortunately, this just solidifies the strength of the downtrend, and the rejections, right? Like rallying into these zones here led to big dumps. So now we've slow bled, we've bounced off meme support, but we're still getting rejected where we essentially would assume we would. Again, leading to my belief that the weekly probably has its lower high end. And I'd look for this zone here to roll over right around that $18.50 to $19 region. Let me see here on the lower time frames. Let's just check the 4-hour. Why not? And yeah, the 4-hour is no hopium here. It looks pretty bad. Looks like a deviation after potentially, again, forming some lower time frame, lower high here.
And now we even lose the 200 and the 100.
Yeah. So essentially what we're doing now is we're flipping those into resistance. The hopium here for bulls would be that this area can hold in probably a few hours or maybe tomorrow. And then it gives us more legs to push up here. But even on the 4-hour, you can see how this 4-hour EMA 100, which was once support, any rallies into that probably gets rejected. Again, lining up with the weekly, the daily, and now the 4-hour, giving us lots of confluence around why this $18.50 region to $19 most likely rejects, if it doesn't already reject here. And it just shows the non-strength in this chart, considering how the 4-hour is now just simply rejecting off it, losing the 200. Tried to hold the EMA 100 for a while, but failed to do that. Couldn't break this high, rolled over, deviated. So any rallies up to this point would just look like a bearish retest. If maybe they can consolidate, come up, I would look for something like that. And it's an easy invalidation because if you're taking this trade, luckily you have it on the 4-hour, the daily, and the weekly. So if you're simply taking the trade, you just know where you're wrong, which you could either have your hard stop loss here. If you want more conservative, this is something I would do, which would have it right here on this high, this last high. And the assumption would be if we do reject here, you have lots of areas where this chart will reject first before it even touches this high.
Goes there, yeah.
Exactly. You have the 21, the 9, the 100, and then the
200.
200 will even start coming down. So then at that point, it's like if you do take this trade, we start reclaiming these levels. Now it's like a decision of, okay, do I cut the trade early or do I want to see it through? Maybe the theory is we go up a little bit more like this, reject off the 200 and roll over. But by then, that's why the hard stop loss at this wick high would still be, in my opinion, valid, because this daily estimate 200 will most likely keep going down with it every daily closure. Or you take the same trade, just using it on a 4-hour, which can make it, I guess, more aggressive, but maybe you can front run it. But overall, chart's very weak. No hopium here. All time frames are showing me that this is just nothing more than another lower high and potentially another bearish retest.
Let's do it. Thank you so much, sir. Vale. Vamos a ver Penn rapidísimo por acá. Vean exactamente de dónde venimos, a dónde vamos. Esta es una de esas tablas que se va literalmente a cero, tiene todas las caras, ha perdido todos los niveles importantes, había aguantado un poco junto al nivel del EMA 9, que es el azul, y el 21, que es el amarillo. Tenemos aquí ya las resistencias importantes y soportes que dibujó Alex. Así que puedo presentarles esto tranquilo. ¿Qué estamos viendo? La primera cosa que tiene que ver alguien cuando está analizando una tabla es qué tendencia lleva. Bajista, obviamente, porque vienes de arriba para abajo. Esto es simplemente para la gente que está empezando el día de hoy a aprender. Estos son nuestros EMA, son literalmente promedios de 200 días, 100 días, 9 días, 21 días. El amarillo es 21, el azul es 9. El rojo es 100, el morado es 200. Estas líneas son lugares importantes donde el precio ha intercambiado manos la mayor cantidad de veces y nos ayudan a saber dónde va a haber resistencia y soporte. Resistencia es cuando el precio no puede romper a la alza, soporte es cuando el precio cae y lo detiene. Eso es lo que quiere decir cada uno. Ahora, cuando tienes tendencia bajista y estás creando altos más bajos, como lo estamos viendo acá, este es un alto, este es un alto, este es un alto más bajo, este es un alto más bajo, este es un alto más bajo, este es un alto más bajo y este es un alto más bajo. Estás en una tendencia claramente bajista. Lo único que rescata esta tabla, y todo el mundo probablemente está viendo, es esto, que este bajo es más alto que este. Pero existe la posibilidad de que eso no vaya ni siquiera a aguantar. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando volteas a ver el precio y estás en la semanal, tienes que darte cuenta instantáneamente de un par de cosas. Espérenme, dejo de dibujar como imbécil. Cada quien dibuja como puede, güey. Ok, vale. Vale, Salo adolescente. Cuando vemos el precio y nos acercamos más, podemos ver que perdemos el 9, el 21, que son niveles súper importantes para el precio y ha sido rechazado cada vez que intenta ir encima de ellos. Rechazado, 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 rechazado. Te hizo un fake out que los tomó, pero también al fin de cuentas fue rechazado. Cuando volteas a ver en la diaria y ajustas el tamaño de la gráfica para poder ver esto, te das cuenta que estás cayendo aún más lejos y ahora el EMA 100, el promedio 100, todos están aquí juntos. Cuando ves que todos están aquí juntos, es una zona imán para el precio. Y ahora puedes ver cómo el 200 está funcionando para rechazar el precio perfectamente. Si lo ponemos en una tabla de 4 horas, que es lo que te dice el futuro más inmediato, puedes ver que es lo mismo. Tienes el 21, el 100 y aparte el rechazo en el 9 en este momento, lo que te está haciendo perder este nivel de los 17.62 y vas para abajo. La jugada más sencilla en esta movida es en la diaria o en la semanal, donde hay toda esta confluencia de precio, abrir un short. Puedes empezar arriba de esta línea, por acá de los 17.87. Puedes empezar ahí abajo, en realidad. Simplemente divídelo en 5 en vez de en 3. Y agregas 1 en el EMA 9, 2 en el 21 y el 100 que son, y puedes agregar aquí hasta 3 en esta zona de los 19.31. Tu invalidación, la primera invalidación que tienes es el SMA 200. Que va a bajar también mientras el precio no suba, esto va a tener que bajar. Así que esa sería tu primera invalidación. Tu segunda invalidación es este tope. El de los 20.38, si quieres ser conservador. Si eres un muchos huevos, tu tope va a ser, tu stop loss sería en 21.32. Se ve bajista, es tal cual, está perdiendo todos los niveles importantes y no nos sorprendería si vemos un segundo. ¿Saben qué? Voy a hacer la de Farha. Déjame saco mi Fibonacci, brother. ¡Ah, cabrón! Cágala, Alejandro. Cágala por el puto amor de Dios, por favor. Ya retírate. Ahí está. Lo ven. My God, I just can't get it right. This is not right at all, what I just did. It should be from this one. So this is a retracement tool. Wait, no,
It's
that's not it.
It's not that one either.
It's this one, no?
It's the one above it. The one above
That's
it.
the one
Oh my
above.
God, guys, come on, come on. Do you start drawing it from the bottom or the top?
The bearish one's from the bottom up, and the bullish one's from the top down.
Okay, so bottom up. Got it.
There you go.
Thank you. So you do this and cover all. Do you cover all price or do you do it to the top candle?
It's
You
cleaner
don't-
to cover it all, right?
Yeah, I like to do it all, so it gives me a bit like an easier visual. But
Yeah.
you don't
Got
need-
it. It also helps with this trend line is actually very useful.
It is nice. It is nice, honestly.
So there you go. You'd probably go visit the 877, right? That's the highest probability area if it gets rejected of these things.
If you were to break this current low right there, you would.
Yeah, the one right here. That's where it would go here, right?
If you were more aggressive, you could even use the one above it.
This one?
To the right, where our current low is at right now on
Yeah,
this.
right here.
The
That's what you're saying?
the candle that is two next to the one that we're at right now. If you were to use that as the low to break.
That's what I'm
take-
saying.
Yeah, so so leave right there, and you see that I can't see what number it is, which percent.
Which one?
The line that we're at right now.
You're in the
Go a little higher. Go a little lower.
The
Lower,
line that you're
lower,
in right now, it's
lower.
what do you mean?
Right there. This right there.
Yeah,
This
my
one.
chart looks the same.
If you were to break this fib level, then you target that 161.
So what you're saying is you break this right here
Yeah.
and you target the 161, which would be right here.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's fucked up.
Lots
He's
of
definitely gonna do
confluence
it.
with that 382 though, which is nice. You know, it's the
Yeah.
best rejection
Right here
zone,
for
more
the
confluence.
short.
Exactly.
You're totally
yeah.
right. You're totally right. Okay.
Yeah. And
Thank
then
you.
from that rejection, you would expect that zone to fail, and then you target the 161.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you, boys. Ok, aprendiendo una leccioncita, quieres hacer, si estás viendo qué tanto puede bajar el precio, vas a empezar de abajo para arriba y quieres envolver todas las velas del movimiento porque te da esta línea que es bastante buena y aparte te ayuda a ver todos los niveles que estás buscando. Pueden ver que el precio está aquí en los 16, que el precio está aquí en los 17.47 y pueden ver cómo la línea del punto 382 converge también con las velitas, con los EMAs que les habíamos contado, donde probablemente va a haber un rechazo para poder armar tu short rico. Y si pierdes este nivel en el que estás, el de los 16.50, muy probablemente vayas a visitar el nivel Fibonacci del 1618 y eso te llevaría a un precio de $8.56. Así que esto se ve bajista y hasta el short te dimos, carnal. Vale. I'm going to do a shameless plug for everyone, just real quick. Okay. So, para todos ustedes, perdón que sigo diciendo todo en español, ¿no? Para todos ustedes que quieren aprender más, que quieren platicar con otras personas que están interesadas de trading, váyanse a dar una vuelta al Discord. Se los dejamos por acá. Déjenme asegurarme que sea el Discord. Sí, se los dejo en el chat para que puedan darse una vuelta. ¿Por qué es bueno e importante? Creo que es bastante bueno e importante para quien quiera aprender simplemente un poco de lo que se trata esto. Hay mucha gente en el Discord que sabe lo que está haciendo, que está aprendiendo con nosotros en tiempo real y además están obviamente Alex y Farhan para poder ayudarlos con lo que quieran. Pero ahí también tenemos todo lo que necesiten para lo de los exchanges. Si ahí los quieren, pueden buscarlo. Ahí están nuestros enlaces para comprar TradingView, para todo esto y aparte para mantenerlos al tanto de cuando estos tíos saquen todo lo que van a sacar para que estén ahí listos y puedan aprender con ellos. Entonces, aquí lo tienen, el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, que son estos perros, y a seguirle dando perros. Vale, pues. Y también está el enlace en la descripción, por si tienen curiosidad. Vale. Ok, vamos a ver. Palo Alto. Farhan, you're going to do Palo Alto, son? This is a Nancy Pelosi favorite, no?
Isn't that a city?
Well, it's a city, but Palo Alto Network is another semiconductor, or am I crazy here?
What's the ticker? Palo. Okay, I see it.
It's Panu. Oh, this one I had already charted. 1 second. Get it, son.
All right, so right now on the weekly, in the previous week, we tried to hold the blue zone. We found some support there. We ended up gapping down, finding some support at this 55 EMA, this green one.
Mhm.
We have momentum starting to try to flip back up from the bearish control zone, while volatility is flat. So you're not really getting any indication from volatility, but you can see that momentum is trying to flip back up. After this weekly close, if it's still to the upside, then you can expect a mean reversion bounce to this median zone right here at $335. But until you get that kind of confirmation of this ticking back up, you have to assume this is just a bearish retest. Right here on the weekly, you're getting a jewel that's giving you a fresh sell signal right here in the bullish control zone. Last time we had that was up here around February of 2024 when price dropped. Let's see, pretty small, 30%. We ended up dropping 30% from there after we confirmed the sell signal. So right now we don't have that, but what we do have is the high probability that it will confirm into a sell signal based off of how this volatility looks and how this jewel looks. Let's go to the daily. Right on the daily, we do have a little bit of a gap after this move down. We've reclaimed the 200 SMA, but what is cause for concern is that this 21 is right about to cross down this 55. It has not crossed, but as long as we close today below this 55 EMA, which is at $318, on the next daily open, it's going to cross to the downside, and this is going to be a major resistance zone. Like the last time we crossed was over here, and we ended up testing down to this meme line and broke this 200.
What's that cross? Another silver cross to the downside?
Yeah.
Got it.
Then you would hold that silver cross area, which coincidentally is lining up with this blue zone, which is going to be resistance as well as your short entry. And your stop loss would be anywhere above this cross, above the 21. Currently, the 21 is at 319. If you were to close above there, you would stop out and you would flip long to test these highs over here. Possibly if you break above this, go up to these highs. But based off of the previous history, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. And right now, we're getting momentum flip, volatility flip to the downside on the daily. So that's telling us that the move up we're looking at is going to be a corrective move rather than the move to reverse this. And also, we still have not tested this line. And it is a range. We rejected the bottom of the range, and usually you always see a test of the bottom of the range, which is at 265. Price usually like 70% of the time, it doesn't really go in a direction. It just goes in a range where price is, it doesn't want anyone to make money. Because people have calls, people have puts, and it doesn't want either of them to make money. And I think the number is, if you can correct me, it's like 80% of options expire worthless.
I am actually not entirely sure.
I believe it's somewhere around 80% of options expire worthless because most people in the market are not supposed to make money. And the chop is what draws everyone out. So we have a rejection here, most likely chance, even based off of this indicator, we have a 78% chance of going down to test this zone over here. Let's see if we have any divergences. That'll tell us more. The bearish divergence will be the nail in the coffin. And right here we have multiple drives of bearish divergence. We're trying to confirm some hidden bullish divergence here. The only way to confirm it is if we were to close above this 21 EMA, which we're currently holding as resistance. Over here, we ended up getting this move down. We held it. We got nice move back up. We held it over here. We held it over here. Right now, we've lost it. We still have a silver cross to the upside, but it's very likely going to invalidate next week if we keep rejecting this 21, and we're going to make a lower low from here, and then this 55 will be lost, and then there's no more silver cross. Check the monthly. Monthly right here has a fresh drive of bearish divergence about to build. This will confirm with any close below, what is this, $323 on this monthly closure. This is going to confirm. And then from there, our easy target, the first like maximum probability target, I hate putting numbers on them, but I would say probably somewhere around 70 to 80% chance that we're going to hit this the middle zone right here, which currently sits at $246. That also lines up somewhere. It doesn't line up with this EMA. Let's see if
it goes between, and as the price will go down, the EMA 100 on the weekly, and also if you put this on a channel, it'll go to the bottom part of the channel. That's where
it also lines up right here with this zone right here.
Yeah, there's a lot of things lining up there.
That'll be your first easy target. If this zone fails, I'm sure we'll get at least some type of bounce here, because it's not going to be a free ride to the downside to shake out the shorts, and the people who get in late expect some type of bounce here, and then you would expect this 21 to hold as resistance. And then your 21 would be your entry for a short all the way down to this middle zone at 246, which has already hit. So the second time it hits, it's going to be significantly weaker. And then your next target would be this bearish control zone. And it's not going to go straight there in a straight line. It's not going to be even a couple of weeks, because this is a monthly chart. It's probably going to take around like 6 to 8 months, maybe a year before it hits it. And with each monthly closure, this bearish control zone rises. Right now, it's currently at $145. So if you were to go there like this month or next month, that would be our target, but that would be extremely unlikely with how slow stocks move.
Yeah.
We would expect a bounce at 246. We'd expect sideways, chop, 6 months, 8 months, bore the shit out of everyone, and then make the real move. And at that point, I'm guessing it would rise. Right now, it's 145. It would probably be somewhere around this consolidation zone, right around like 180 to maybe like 160 zone. And that would be your next zone for our opportunity to enter long. And your stop loss would be this. It's harder to do it right here because you have consolidation, so you don't have like an exact number. You would have a box of this zone right here. If you were to close below that box, you would get out of your longs. But it's very worrying to me to see this bearish divergence on the monthly.
Yeah. No bueno, let's just say. Thank you, sir. Look at this. I had it right here on this channel. I put it inside of this channel when, that's what she said, on February 21st. And every time it goes to the top of the channel, a few times, it goes, revisits the bottom of the channel. It broke through the top, came through the median, and then it kind of like went down, got fucking super rejected. Then now it's up here. But now it's finding its true maker, right? The EMAs, the 21. I don't know why the fuck I'm saying this in English. So here we go, boys. I'm sorry. I'm fucking delusional at this point, and it's only been almost 3 hours. Great. Okay. Ok, listos. Aquí tenemos el precio de Palo Alto Network, por supuesto, una de las favoritas de la tía Nancy Pelosi, como de que no, aunque seguramente ya se salió de esta. ¿Ven cómo hemos puesto el precio en el canal? Quiero ponerlo, estamos viendo la tabla semanal. Déjenme rápidamente ver una cosa. Así es, efectivamente viene desde la nada a esto. Lo que estamos viendo en la mensual, básicamente lo que Farhan nos dijo es que hay diferentes drives de divergencias bajistas, lo que nos pone a empezar a pensar que probablemente vayamos a ver el precio ajustarse a la baja. Y también usando su indicador de momentum y volatilidad, también lo confirma. Ahora, nos acercamos en la semanal. En la semanal estamos siendo rechazados por el EMA 21 y aquí arriba está el 9. Tuvimos un Silver Cross que está a punto de desaparecer simplemente por el precio va a ser rechazado. Si es que el precio es rechazado, baja y eso va a hacer que ese Silver Cross se vaya al nepe rápidamente. Pueden ver que el precio que nos está enseñando el EMA 100 el día de hoy son los 255 y probablemente vaya a rebotar y caer por allá. Es lo que estaríamos buscando. Esto es lo que estás viendo en la semanal. En la diaria todavía se ve aún peor. Perdiste hasta el SMA 200 y ahorita está siendo rechazado y puedes ver que hay confluencia acá entre el 100 el 9 y aquí arriba está el 21. Y aquí está la cosa. Si básicamente en la semanal no podemos pasar de 323, esto muy probablemente tenga una gran posibilidad de caer. Si el día de hoy no cerramos arriba de los 318, no empieza a pintar nada bien la cosa y probablemente favorezca al downside. Estás viendo cómo está siendo rechazado después de que se clavó acá en la media del canal para poder volver a rebotar. Lo que pensamos es que probablemente se venga a dar una vuelta a esta zona, a la de los 240, etcétera. Todavía tiene un objetivo más a la baja Farhand, pero tenemos que ir paso a paso. Eso fue en la mensual que estábamos viendo. Así que esto va a tomar bastante tiempo en darse este movimiento, a menos de que haya un colapso brutal de la nada, pero favorece más al downside. Lo que dirían es, la zona de hacer un corto está literalmente aquí, señores. Puedes empezar aquí, hacer tus entradas hasta acá y que sea tu última, digamos, ¿no? Que vaya a ser tu... Espérame. No, y queremos que sea un short. Digamos que esta sea tu última posición e invalidarlo acá. Y si Dios te bendice, vas a poder disfrutarlo hasta aquí abajo. ¿No? Es básicamente como la idea de todo esto para que lo puedas hacer. Es básicamente eso. Se ve que se ve bajista el precio, aunque estés creando nuevos altos. Yo creo que una vez que rompes el 265 a la baja, la cosa va a poner color de hormiga. Así que atentos a esta zona y atentos a los cierres. Una vez más, los cierres 318 en la diaria, 323 en la mensual, en la mensual. Así que, ojo. Y asegurarse que podamos retomar estos niveles. Si no los retomas y sigues cayendo, pues es lo que es. Punto. ¡Punte! Ok. Vamos a ver. CCJ. Anybody knows what that is?
CCJ, let's see.
CCJ.
Cameco Corporation.
Cameco. I think we've done this, no? No, we have not. Nope. Maybe you have, and I just didn't do shit.
No, let me pull it up on the quarterly. It looks interesting on the quarterly.
Even on the monthly. Look at this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, the monthly is looking interesting. Same with the quarterly. Basically is hitting the quarterly EMA 9 now.
Ooh. But he did get rejected monstrously on the monthly by the EMA 9.
Yeah. Now let's dissect this. Yeah, let's see. Just trying to put some lines. Cool. All right.
I was muted.
Chart is shared. Oh, of course you were. Of course you were.
I said there's also some head and shoulders in the monthly RSI. Not good.
On this one?
Yeah, CCW. Oh, CCJ
no,
or
CCJ?
I was looking at Coca-Cola. My bad. Ignore what I said.
Monthly, was it bearish divergence on the monthly on Coca-Cola?
That's not good. By the way,
yeah,
that's not good.
I'm sure I told you guys this already, and I just keep repeating it, but it's fascinating to me that in 2008, McDonald's fucking thrived, and in 2024, no one can afford McDonald's.
It's because their prices are so much higher. You can't
That's what I'm saying.
McDonald's and not spend $20 now.
Yeah.
So how can you do? But when you do it, relatively speaking, that means that poor people have less money today, right? No matter what the price is or how you justify this. If you think about it, because relative to purchasing power, if in 2008 they were able to buy that, and that's where everyone went to, in 2024 nobody can buy that.
Yeah,
that shows you more of a damage.
On the opposite hand, though, in 2008 minimum wage was $7.25 and it's currently $7.25, but inflation is so much higher than it was then.
No, yeah, and I agree. I completely agree with you. I'm saying relatively speaking about the consumer, because a lot of people get distracted on the fact that, because prices are high. Yeah, but poor people can't fucking afford McDonald's. That's the bottom line of it, right?
Baseline, yeah.
Which is and by the way, that's never happened. I've never seen that in my life. So
and something else to tie into that too that I thought was interesting. Last stream we looked at Kraft for our last chart. And I kept looking over it, and and it looked very bullish. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like today if we look at it. But I was trying to plan or think with Farn, like, why would Kraft, out of all the stocks we looked at, this was like right when things were just looking like shit across the board, look so good. And then Farn made a good point where, like, generally they're in the very cheap, non-perishable food items. So maybe that's why, with like all the fear going around, maybe that's what we're seeing now, just more of the super low end kind of brand, not low end brands, but just the cheaper tier food brands thrive a little bit more, kind of like what McDonald's did. But the difference there is McDonald's is not cheap. I don't even think they have a dollar menu anymore. That kind of set them apart. You could go after Sunday with your family, dollar menu it, spend like $15 for the whole family and be full. But now it's like, yeah, per person, it's like $10 to $15.
Yeah, their biggest value meal right now, and it's not everywhere because restaurants said like we can't handle it, was $5. It's a value meal. You get a small drink, small fries, either a burger or a sandwich, and it's only like two of them, and McNuggets. With that, you get $5. That's a lot of food for it, but also they're not making money with it.
And
They're
most of
all
those
losing
deals
money
too
just to
are
bring
through the
people in.
app. Yeah, exactly. Most of them are through the app anyways, and a lot of people don't use, or a lot of people don't know about that, or the app has certain deals. So
Yeah,
in
let's get to it.
in CCJ here, we this is the 3-month chart. We see the bounce here on the 9. Nice, but if we go and look at a deeper look on the monthly now and dissect that, you can kind of see the major rejection that we got here. After basically price rush went into the 9, lost it, and then we're basically now catching support at the 21, or trying to, an area that is a pretty big level for this chart overall. You can see here, once price got under both of them, it was basically race on for bears to send this down. So it's at a very crucial point right now. If you have like a bullish view on this, bullish outlook, we know here on the monthly to me, the monthly here, why it looks so bad on this is it also lost this low here that was formed on March. And the low is at $39.02. Wicked healthily below it. Not a good sign. Shows a lot of weakness in my opinion, especially with the 9 now curving down. Basing off the 21 is a good sign, but it'll be a better sign if we can reclaim this 9 here. And looking at the 3-month, it does just show the area that price kind of dumped into. So we would expect some kind of reaction there, even if it does end up rolling over over time. But it bounced essentially where we'd expect it, and now it's just up to the monthly to either hold it. If it doesn't, and our first sign on that will be after this closure here in 23 days. If the monthly closes below the 21, I would look at this 9 to come more down. A lot more down than where it's at now. And the idea would be then you just take the bearish retest trade on it, because just like here, we came down and lost it. Nope, even here's a better example. Came down and lost it. Price basically rejected off of it before we came down. Here, lost it, rallied into it, rejected. Right, got for a moment there above the 21, this purple line, only for the 9 to reject. And that's kind of the same if we get the monthly closure play I'd look at. So it's at a very crucial point here. And this is at $39.24. This 21, which in my opinion is kind of the last stand for the monthly to hold. Something like this where even though we were under the 9, the 21 still acted as support. The difference here now too is we have massive momentum down on these candles. A lot of strength with bears with this chart. Especially when we have almost like a monthly double top potentially. Just like when you zoom out and look at it, this area here at $56 is pretty crucial resistance. So it's rejecting it immediately after hitting it, and then also losing the 9, barely holding on to the 21 now, isn't a good sign to me. Let's check the weekly out. So the weekly is also kind of showing me the same theory that this could just be a bearish retest. The hopium here is at least the weekly EMA 100 did hold, and we'd expect this to keep holding if you have the bull bias essentially for the monthly. And you can just see the reaction here on CCJ. this EMA 100 on the weekly is extremely important, which again just ties into how important the monthly is. But if you don't want to wait that long, but you still want a more higher time frame, then I like the weekly, because the weekly shows us a different view here. The entire downtrend of this chart, it was basically pressed and rejected from the EMA 100 and then also the SMA 200. Now what we see is when it reclaimed both those levels, anytime we've dumped into that, it's been major support. So now we want to see, right? It's very non-surprising that we got a reaction here. The big question is, can bulls sustain it? Can they get back above $40.82, which was support, which we see here? We don't want it to be flipped into resistance, possibly giving us more momentum to come back up to the weekly EMA 9. In my opinion, as it stands, I would expect probably this area. Best hopium right now would be for bulls just to kind of consolidate and range. This would cause the weekly 9 to come down, but also it would help because it could give us just the monthly basically basing off this 21 here, which it's basically at currently right now, sitting at $39.24. So the idea on this weekly would be that maybe the EMA 100 holds, and then we just range a little bit, consolidate, giving the monthly the chance to have a nice closure, nice in the sense that it just holds this major level that, back testing, we can see this price, this stock essentially really likes to hold it. Even if we lose the 9, the 21 has acted as support. Getting down under both those, especially on a monthly, I would look at this as basically probably any rallies into that would just be rejections. And we're probably entering more of a downtrend, more an aggressive downtrend too at that, losing that monthly. So focus on the weekly, big level here, this EMA 100. And also
McDonald's top too.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not the best of chart. You can see here this inverse head and shoulders on the weekly, that seems like it played out. And so the momentum now, is fully with bears, and it's just up to bulls to kind of consolidate this chart. That would probably give them more hopium. But when we cycle now to the daily, it becomes more evident just how bad structure was broken on the daily. These two moving averages were basically held from March up until now, when we lost it, solidified on this bounce that it was support. Nice rally up, but the issue was it couldn't hold it. So now any rallies into that are resistance, in my opinion, which currently is sitting at $46.23, which is the SMA 200. I'd look at that to reject first. If maybe we get a wick up, I'd look at $48.45, that EMA 100 to be the rejection, maybe giving a big wick. But until then, even now, you can see the daily EMA 9s pressed up right with meme resistance here. So this would be the rejection zone in my opinion, this $41.02 level. So not the best of chart. Yeah, exactly. Lines up here with this resistance, solidifies the meme resistance. When you get a moving average that we like, especially on a daily, lining up with our meme resistance, can solidify it more. So not looking the best overall. I'd be mindful of, the quarterly is at the 9. It's a big level. We're getting the bounce. This closes in a month, so next month I'd watch that. But until then, all eyes on the monthly, seeing if this 21 holds. If it doesn't, then I'd probably short the bearish retest of the 9 on the monthly. And we'll know it's not looking good before the monthly closes if this weekly loses this EMA 100. Would be very detrimental to price, and would also signal to me that there's still a long ways for this to go. First level on the weekly would be $28, but when we then see the monthly, it's not looking the best, because if the weekly probably loses the EMA 100, we most likely have then lost the monthly 21, the monthly 9, flipped it into resistance. And at that point, after that happens, this chart does like to have big moves down. Simply put, right from here to the low, this was 67% down. And then let me see one more from here down. This was 47%. So big levels here once this gets basically lost. This 9 and the 21 on the monthly. I wouldn't discount that. And you'll, like I said, no, we're probably fucked if it loses this weekly EMA 100, in my opinion. Probably
I
gets a
agree.
bounce at the SMA 200, but in my experience, if that happens, you probably just bounce up to the 100, solidifying its resistance, flipping it and rejecting, essentially flipping what was support into resistance. So watch the weekly, watch the monthly, and then the daily too. Still rejecting the 9. Just shows the lower the weakness. Can't even get above the 9 or meme support. So
let's get at it then. Perfecto. Thank you. Fire.
You remember the McDonald's thing about people being poor?
Yeah.
Check out Walmart on the monthly. There is a massive top and huge bearish engulfing on Walmart. The largest
Really?
employer in America.
No, dude, I'm telling you, people are fucked.
Walmart, that's crazy.
the heck.
The ticker is WMT.
Yeah. I'm just typing with one
Okay,
stupid.
so
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, Walmart looks like it has a pretty decent sized move to the downside right now.
Especially on the monthly.
Look at this.
Oh,
Good amount down. Let me see.
This shit starts 2018 and it's respected the whole time, the channel. And normally when you touch a top, you at least break the median of the channel. On this one, you went down to the bottom of the channel. You went here, rejected, up here, support. And when you look at the monthly, yeah, that's a topping candle right here. Never got confirmation outside of this. Yeah, this is going to get bad. Hang on. Okay, let me do the other one in Spanish and get Tesla ready, and then we'll get to this one.
I'll pull up my Tesla chart.
Yes, sir. Hang on a second. Ok, CCJ simplemente puesto, lo pueden ver en la semanal que estamos viendo. Estamos viendo el famoso doble tope de McDonald's, ¿no? El I'm loving it. Eso es bajista, damas y caballeros. ¿Qué más estamos viendo? Estamos viendo cómo perdimos el EMA 9, que es el azul, el 21, que es el amarillo, lo pueden ver ahí más de cerca, y en este momento nos estamos peleando con el 100 para intentar regresar acá, el 200 está en los 28. Si volteamos a ver la tabla mensual, yo creo que eso nos cuenta una mejor historia, cómo estamos siendo rechazados por el 9, estamos abajo, literalmente apoyándonos en el 21, y esto es lo que tienes que ver. Si pierdes este nivel tal cual en la semanal de los 39.29 y pierdes el EMA 21, muy probablemente, y ve dónde justamente se encuentra nuestra zona con un EMA, por acá de los 24.35, muy probablemente vayas a esa zona. Esto no se ve, no pinta nada bien. Así que ahí lo tienen y vamos a poner Tesla, damas y caballeros. ¿Cómo de que no? ¿Cómo de que no? All right, and I'm going to go pee since I've had 89 gallons of water. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Farhano.
All right, got my chart ready.
Good morning, guys. Tesla. There it is.
Tesla, our favorite.
There you go.
Our favorite car company, non-car company.
Absolutely. It's so beautiful that it's not a car company.
Elon is the smartest man I've met in my life. Such a genius. He sends rockets to the sky. So here on Tesla, we still have the silver cross that we've been maintaining since basically over here. We don't have enough history to actually populate the full cross. We can consider the what do you call it? The moving average just tightening over here and then expanding to give us a silver cross. So we still have that. We're finding support here at this 55. We deviated below a couple of times and we quickly reclaimed it. Right now on a bearish retracement, we're finding support at this golden pocket and we closed above the 50%. So until we close below the 50%, we're still not technically in a super bearish trend. Like it's not exactly bullish because you see we have a bunch of lower highs, but it's not the death cross and the nail in the coffin until we close below that 50% zone. Right here on the RSI, we are forming a local top. We have a local top confirmed on this candle here. So we retested this middle zone. We have a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders in the RSI. It's still not confirmed yet. To confirm it, we would have to close above this 21 EMA preferably. but I would more likely like to see it close over the 236. So somewhere around what is this price here? $210 to $233. If you get any type of closes above that, then you say the inverse head and shoulders is going to play out, and our target is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now is at $322. On the to give confluence to that is that the jewel is starting to lose its sell signal right here on the monthly, and it's starting to flip back up, and it's giving us positive curvature. Every time it's done that in the past, it has led to at least pretty significant bounces. Like right here, we moved up from 121 all the way up to 302. From over here, we ended up being a macro low, from $12 all the way up to around $370. So not a bad return. We don't have that confirmed yet until we get this into a buy signal. And that buy signal will confirm as long as we keep holding above this 50% zone. We range for a little bit, and then we get a close above this 23.6%. Then it'll give us a fresh buy signal. And from there, we can apply the same fib extension to the upside to get a target from there. And that would give us a target of, let's see, somewhere around, I would not even feel comfortable saying this number. But if we get a close of over the 786% at $306, this is a monthly chart. So this is not going to be anytime soon. It's probably not even going to be within the next year. But within the next 2 years, maybe 2.5 years, I would look for somewhere around $986 to $1,000. And that's if, very big if, we end up getting monthly close over the 78.6% level. And then off the next close, we don't lose it and base off of it. Then you can start to open up these targets into reality. Until then, it's just a pipe dream. Let's look at the weekly. On the weekly, we have some hidden bearish divergence right now. We've already hit the easy target, which is the middle zone. To confirm the next target on the bearish divergence, we would have to lose this, what is this low right here? $183. If we lose that on a weekly closing basis, this next target of the bearish divergence is going to come into play. And right now, that one is at $149.84. And on the same hand, we're getting the jewel starting to give us a fresh sell signal on the weekly. So we're getting kind of opposing signals on the monthly. On the monthly, we're getting it positive curvature starting to give us the first signals of a buy. And on the weekly, we're getting the first signals of a sell. So what you have to contemplate about this is which one is telling you the bigger story. Is the weekly going to bleed into the monthly and the monthly is going to flip into a sell? Or is this weekly going to find support somewhere around here and flip back into a buy and support the monthly on the buy? We don't really know that right now. So it would not be a very good place to take any type of positions, especially if you're aggressive or if you're more conservative. If you're aggressive, then you could take the risk and you would wait for a close above this 200 SMA. You would long over here, and your stop loss would be in your close below this 200. And then your next target would be the 78.6% level. It would be smart to de-risk here because this is very significant resistance. And at the first touch, it's very likely not going to blast through and it's going to come back down to retest this golden pocket. So you want to de-risk here. And then you would, if you were more conservative, you would move your stop loss from break entry all the way up to this 9 EMA. Any close below this 9 EMA then, and you would get out. And then let's check any divergences. Tesla loves divergences. It always respects them on the momentum chart. Most people only really look at divergence on RSI, but basically every single momentum oscillator can give you divergences. And the less people are looking at a specific divergence, the better. So right now, we ended up making a lower high right here while the momentum did not. So we do have a little bit of hidden bearish divergence on the, the Tesla chart for the 5-day as well. And we check the weekly. I'm pretty sure we have the same thing. Yeah, we have the same exact thing on the weekly. And we have multiple drives on the weekly. We have 1, 2, 3 drives on the weekly. We're getting fresh momentum to the downside on the weekly, and we're getting the red momentum sell signal. Our weekly pivot right now is because of how significant the curvature is to the downside. Like you can see how vertical this is. Our pivot is extremely high right now. It's at $267. To turn this weekly momentum back up to the upside, you would have to close over $267. And right now, that is somewhere around this previous rejective high, I believe. Yeah, right up here with this previous rejective high. Let's draw a meme line for that to give you a visual. If you were to close anywhere above this level on this week, this would flip back up. But a bit of a sombering detail is that because this is so heavily pointed towards the downside, when this weekly closes, this number is likely to go up. Almost certainly this number is going to go up. And it's from 265, this previous resistance zone. The next likely target that this number is going to go to is going to be right over here, right around $300 to $313. We won't know until this weekly ends. We'll have to watch this, but if you see this number go up anywhere at all, you should be on the lookout for a lower high and a short entry from there. And for that, your stop loss would be this box right here. Any close above this box at $236, even though momentum has not flipped back up to the upside, it's still going to be down. I don't think we're going to go down from there, and I think we're going to base around that box while this moves more down, because this can go down while price is not going down. While it's consolidating, this can also go down. Like you see right here, we were consolidating and it was going down. The lower it gets to this area, the easier it's going to be for bulls to turn back momentum. So at that point, this number is probably going to go closer to price action. But until then, we're just playing the guessing game. So we have no idea what's going to happen until then. We're in a little bit of a gray area. Like, it's not a place that I would short, and it's not a place that I would long until we get a weekly closure. The monthly right now on Tesla is sort of still to the upside, but it's kind of weak. Like the curvature is starting to flip kind of down, which tells us that by the end of this close, if we do not close over 179, the monthly is going to flip back to the downside. Last time monthly flipped to the downside, every single time Tesla respects momentum a lot. That's why Tesla is one of the few stocks that I like to hold aside from Coinbase and Rivian, where we got a 40+% move down from there. On this one, we got a 74% move down. So all eyes are going to be on this weekly and monthly close. If the weekly can somehow regain momentum, then we'd be like, all right, all bets are to the upside. If it doesn't regain momentum, we'd have to wait for it to consolidate, and we'd have to wait for this monthly close. And this monthly close would confirm for us whether this is going to mark the next lower high and we make another low from there, or this is going to mark the next, a lower high, or this is going to mark the next higher low over here. Because we have a low right here, we have a high, we have a higher low. For now, we have a higher low. If this does not flip to the upside, this higher low is not going to hold, and statistically, we're going to break this low and retest this consolidation zone here right around the $60 range. But we'd have to watch for these closures. All right, that's all I've got for Tesla.
All right, just in fucking time. Perfecto. So what you're saying is no one should do anything.
Yeah, the hardest thing in the market to do is sit on your hands.
Yeah, especially right now when everybody's so excited and thinking they bought the dip or whatever the fuck it is, the narrative. Okay, because of FOMO. People like to FOMO hard. Those FOMOs.
FOMO is the biggest driver of the market.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And also certain clubs in West Hollywood. Oh, no, FOMO. Yeah. Sorry. Just got a little confused. No Diddy. All right. Here we go. Ahí les va. Básicamente estamos viendo Tesla. Simplemente, honestamente, lo que estamos viendo un poco de todo acá y estamos digamos, en una zona gris. No hay mucho a dónde ir a rascarle en este momento. Están viendo la tabla semanal. Les voy a poner la mensual en este momento. Aquí lo tienen. Y lo que está en la semanal, lo que es interesante es, fuimos rechazados acá en los 260, luego caímos como mantequilla, rompimos acá los 221, nos venimos tuvimos un rechazo rapidongo en el EMA 9, que después nos bajó, lo perdimos, después gapeamos aquí abajo y estamos intentando, bueno, nos peleamos con el EMA 21, pero también ya está perdido. Esto es en la semanal y puedes ver que el nivel son los 180. Ahorita el precio está en los 197.07, intentando retomar el EMA 21 que está en los 201 y después el 9. Cuando lo vemos en la diaria, podemos ver que hasta nuestros indicadores de nuestros promedios de largo tiempo, que son el 100 y el 200, están aquí abajo y estamos rechazando en contra de cada uno de ellos. Pero no estamos perdiendo niveles interesantes. Lo que vale la pena decir es, si perdemos estos niveles, muy probablemente empecemos a ver, si aquí no podemos rescatar la semana y treparnos y ¿sabes qué? Voy a acercarme un poco. Probablemente los 190, si perdemos los 190 en esta semana, Tesla se ve negativo, pero por ahorita estamos esperando en medio de la nada, simplemente con aire abajo y con aire arriba, a ver qué se da. All right. What about gold? Alex, you want to do gold?
Yeah, let's take a look at gold. Were we going to talk about Walmart? Did we already?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, that's just an internal request. So let's do Walmart before we do this one.
I see. Fine. Did you have something on Walmart? Did you want to show?
You're muted.
Once again.
You're quick at unmuting, though. Whenever they tell me I'm muted and I'm doing something, it takes me 30 minutes to realize.
Yeah, I've seen some of those YouTube or Twitter streams where just years ago, and people in the comments are saying, "We don't hear anything."
Oh, dude, that happens all the fucking time. That still happens until today, sadly. All righty.
So right now, Walmart, the thing that got my attention is this monthly candle right here. We have a huge, what I call a shooting star, or the technical definition is a evening star candle right here, where we had a very small body and we had a big upper wick. And right after that, we got a rejection. And right now, we're below the previous monthly open. And the way to confirm this as a rejective candle and a shift of trend is if this monthly closes below this a previous monthly open, which was at $67.89. On the same hand, we're getting volatility going to the absolute extremes on this move up. The higher volatility goes, the harder it's going to be for the same trend to keep in the direction.
Continue.
Yeah, because the asset is getting more volatile and there's less money going into it, so it becomes harder to keep this trend. Right here, we're getting some significant bearish divergence on the monthly stochastic momentum, where we made a low high right here. We made a higher high, but the momentum chart did not go near that high. So we're the way to confirm that bearish divergence again is with a close below the previous monthly open, which is at $67.89. At that point, you would target your easy target would first be this 9 EMA, which is around $63. But since we've been holding this for this entire move, while momentum has been basing in the bullish control zone, it's likely not to hold because we've tested it 1, 2, 3 times already. On the fourth tap, it's likely to be significantly weaker, and we're going to target this 21, which lines up with this previous rejective high right here at $57. Which also, if we switch to the RSI, we could probably get a better target too. All right. So our first targets in the RSI would be to see if it lines up the middle zone, which is at $63, lines up right up with that $60 zone. We would expect to get, hopefully, if the bulls can take back control, we would get a local low over here, and we would retest the previous rejection zone. At that point, we would watch for that area to fail. The reason why I think that area would fail is because right now on the jewel, we're getting a fresh sell signal to the downside, and the curvature is very extreme. Plus, we're doing it in the bullish control zone. And we have another, bearish divergence showing up here on the jewel as well. So right now we have 3 different indicators that are telling us that we have bearish divergence on the very, very high time frames. We have to respect that. And right now we're already losing the 9 on the weekly. So if we lose this 9, we would target this 21, which is right there around that $65 zone. If that doesn't hold, bulls would have to pray that this whole move up doesn't get retraced, because it likely will, and we're going to go back down to this 200 at around $50. But it is not looking good right now.
It is indeed not looking good. The more that we look at charts right now, like today, aren't you getting a better picture that everything is kind of like trying to turn around into the downside? Yeah, right.
I'm doing a lot of bearish retests.
Everything wants to roll over.
Yeah. So we're going to need a miracle. We need a mega war, or we're going down, boys, because even Japan was like, I ain't getting involved in this shit. You guys fucking explode on your own. So
unfortunately, we can never not get involved. We always have to.
Always. Oh, absolutely. Dude, it's our business. It's our fucking business. Otherwise, what are we going to do? Fucking start making real companies that make real money and start investing in infrastructure?
God forbid.
God forbid. Exactly.
Help the people? Never.
No, I'm in it for the easy money and my friends. That's it. Let's go the American way, baby.
As long as Lockheed Martin is making money, it's all good.
That's all I care about. As long as those motherfuckers keep making money, that's all I care about. All righty. Let me share this with everyone real quick. Estamos viendo Walmart porque se nos hace interesante, ¿no? La idea de todo esto es sencilla. Estamos viendo a McDonald's, que literalmente la gente no tiene dinero para ir a McDonald's. En el 2008 McDonald's le fue de huevos porque la gente no tenía dinero para comer en cualquier otro restaurante, pero podían ir a McDonald's. Y en el 2024 a la gente no le alcanza para ir a McDonald's. Mínimo no en Estados Unidos por los precios, pero no importa cómo lo quieran justificar, la gente está más jodida que antes. Walmart, siendo la tienda del pueblo, está pintando en la mensual algo bastante interesante. Está literalmente dándonos una vela de tope acá y esta vela que están viendo en este momento está justamente a punto de dar una confirmación, pero es una vela que tiene 23 días, 3 horas. Cualquier cosa puede pasar. Además de que tocamos la parte alta del canal, fuimos rechazados, una vez más, rechazados. Si tenemos un cierre abajo de los 67.23 en la próxima vela semanal, mensual, que de nuevo cierren 23 días y 3 horas, esto probablemente vaya a caer, ¿ok? Cuando volteamos a ver en la semanal, vemos que perdimos el 9 y estamos siendo rechazados. No le gusta a esto perder el 9 como a cualquier otra acción. Lo que probablemente nos va a llevar, está el precio en $67.27 ahorita, a checar el siguiente nivel que es el EMA 21. Ahora, el EMA 21 va a subir, pero si el precio baja, va a bajar y por lo tanto, muy probablemente hay bastante confluencia en los 64.72. Si no podemos aguantar esto y rompemos, porque aquí hemos visto que nos hemos estado recarga y recarga y recarga y recarga en el 9 y también en el 21. Si no podemos aguantar y rompe, prepárate irte a la media del canal y de ahí tranquilo a la 100, que también coincide con este nivel acá de los $55. Y si todo sale mal, damas y caballeros, sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, nos pinta una fotografía bastante más dramática, donde hemos perdido el 9, el 21. Vamos a ir a buscar el 100, que está una vez más 65, bastante confluencia de precio ahí. Y de ahí, vean, justo a la media del canal, donde la diaria nos dice que el S&P 200 está en los 59.61, que es básicamente los 60, que es la parte media de este canal. Y esto es Walmart, señores, el motor de Estados Unidos, el corazón lleno de colesterol. No, es que el colesterol no es malo. Lleno de colesterol y azúcar de Estados Unidos, para que tengan una idea. ¿Ok? Vamos a la siguiente tabla. El oro, discúlpenme. Y rápidamente un plug. Cáiganle al Discord. Cáiganle al Discord como de Elite Trading Academy, donde Alex Farhan y toda la comunidad les va a poder ayudar con sus setups, con sus trades. Les quiero poner acá rápidamente. Déjenme hago esto y esto. Vean acá esta belleza, el E-Trading Academy. Honestamente, nada más es bien fácil. Te metes al Discord, le picas al enlace. Aquí arriba tienes los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan. Tienes acá nuestros enlaces para si necesitas un exchange, ya sea Bluffing en Estados Unidos sin KYC o BitGet internacional, menos fees, pero con KYC. Si necesitas usar TradingView, aquí está. Tienes aquí para decir hola, para mandarnos solicitaciones de tablas, noticias. También tienes a toda la gente haciendo varo, por ejemplo, acá, vientos, eso chingada, 88% en un short. Y tienes nuestras conversaciones generales, aquí están. El Mr. Chapo también está shorteando, estamos buscando acá, viendo, Bitcoin está cayendo, interesante. Así que bastante interesante. Ahí está el enlace y también en la descripción del video, por si quieren venir, es completamente gratis. Vale, tíos, pues vale. Entonces, ok, so, gold. I'm sorry, that's how Spanish people talk in Spanish. I know it's weird that I say Spanish people in Spanish, but people from Spain, the Spanish sounds like that.
Yeah, I agree. When I was in Spain, their Spanish is totally different than like what I heard in Mexico and even in Ecuador. It's very fast, a little mumbled.
Than those fucking Mexicans and their Spanish, made up Spanish. Hit us.
So here we have gold. Very interesting chart overall. And why I said is because we have a clear double top here on the daily. Double top because we rallied up, didn't break this high. It was a clear lower high. So the assumption on this is going to be that we'd expect the daily EMA 9 to reject here, kind of like what we see now. And it doesn't have to reject on this daily candle, but we just expect overall the daily to reject at this region, breaking this low at basically $2,352.94. I would be looking at this area at $2,328 to be the first bounce zone. Probably a reaction there. Just like kind of what we got here, dump straight into it, and then slow trek up just for another lower high to roll over. I'd expect the same kind of reaction. So the idea would be double top, reject the 9, breaks this low, leading to a dump into this zone, probably into a bounce, and then we'll see where that bounce takes us. But all that's an assumption. The reason I say that now is just because of the way this looks with this lower high here. So we have to assume a lower low is going to get hit, which basically will mean we break this wick here. And the idea would be once we break this low that formed before we had the rally up, this will probably give us momentum to push more down into the support zone. For bulls, what you'd want some consolidation, maybe it gets the daily EMA 100 more up into this zone, but until then it is sitting currently at $2,298. So an area I'd be watching for more of a bigger bounce, which either comes into this bounce zone or not, maybe wicks down and takes it and then deviates this support. But I'd expect a reaction at this daily EMA 100. Gold's been strong, and a pullback's fine. That's totally okay. And even the daily putting in a double top doesn't mean it's over. It just means it is corrective, and I look at that as just like a corrective move, probably back testing this EMA 100 on the daily. But as long as we're above the daily EMA 100 and the daily SMA 200, we are in bull mode on the daily, and I would just look at that as an opportunity to potentially bid. Now, if we go to the weekly here, though, the weekly is at major support currently, and so we won't know until 2 days where this closes. But overall, the weekly candle looks, it's very strong to the downside. Rejected where we needed to, couldn't break this high. And this high couldn't break this high, so it seems corrective to me. Seems like next step is breaking these lows here, which correspond with the daily. And then, if the 9 is lost on the weekly, I'd look to this 21, which is nicely at that bounce zone I mentioned, right around $2,320. That's kind of the last stand on the weekly for bulls, in the sense that as long as we just want it to be corrective, we'd expect the 21 to hold. And keep in mind, the 9 on the weekly has given us a nice reaction so far. We are still above it. There's really nothing other than just how nasty this candle is. But still, bull hopium still well alive. As long as we're above this on the weekly. Now, if we lose it, I would just look at this 21 to be the next support zone. Maybe rejects off the 9, heads there, but like I said, hasn't even done that yet. Hasn't even lost a 9 yet. And it's holding nicely above. I mean, let me see here. So it's bounced a little 1.17% so far from this weekly low. So not too bad for gold overall. We just want to see kind of where its next major support level will be. And so currently the weekly is telling us that this 9 should hold ideally, but there's still 2 days and there's still a lot of bears still have a lot of momentum to push this down. If we do lose this in 2 days, then it'll give me more confluence that the daily does probably play out the double top, giving us a bigger bounce in this zone here. Right around like I said, 2,328 to potentially the weekly EMA 21, which is currently right now at 2,322. So I would be mindful of those levels currently. The daily does look corrective though. This is the area you'd expect it to reject. We see the double top in real time. So I'd be looking at this area as a potential opportunity. If we do end up trekking all the way back down, it's really easy then. The idea would be essentially what we want is just not these lows to get broken. If you want to be real conservative, it'd be this wick low here on the daily. If we start breaking the May 3rd low, I would think that probably gold's going to have a lot bigger correction across the board, which probably leads into the monthly, probably retesting the, let me check this real quick. Yeah, the monthly probably retesting the 9. But one thing after the next, we still have to give credit to the weekly. Weekly's fine. It's okay. We're holding where we need to so far. And then the daily as well looks corrective in the sense that we're finding resistance right here. Now, we don't need to just massively reject. If bulls end up just consolidating here, not really going up, not really going down, this will give us more pressure for bulls to break out of this consolidation range, possibly hitting this resistance zone. But until then, the 9 and the 21 are going to act as resistance, and there is a very obvious double top here on the daily, in my opinion. So something to be mindful of. Weekly, watch the 9 on this closure in 2 days. If we lose that, it gives me a lot more confluence that the daily is probably going to come into our region here, which, visually we can see that. If we're under the 21 and the 9, our next level on my chart's the 100. The idea would be this can come up a little bit more, but, if it doesn't, then I'd be looking at this zone here. Either a wick and then we reclaim support, or the daily loses it. And then at that point, yeah, gold will look not the best anymore, in my opinion. We can see here, anytime we lose, let me see, the 100, it goes straight to the 200. And that's kind of like, that's the nice part about trading these kind of bigger market cap assets is it makes it a lot more easier, right? We see here, similar, like a double top on the daily, led all the way down to the 100, got a reaction there, rejected the 9 again, losing the EMA 100, came all the way down to the daily SMA 200. So that'd be the idea here, but one thing after the other. Weeklies still at support, and so that's what we should all focus on until that's lost. So
yeah, one step at a time, like they say.
Yeah, and to add to that, the gold on the weekly has an inverse head and shoulders in the RSI, but it will be invalidated if the weekly closes below 2400. And just like you can apply a move to the upside with the inverse head and shoulders, if it fails, the same move applies to the downside.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the head and shoulders, the regular head and shoulders too. If
Dude, the dollar's going to go up like crazy then.
Yeah, if the head and shoulders fails, then the same measured move to the downside goes to the upside. And if inverse fails, then that move goes to the downside. It gives you an easy target where you can just do the same move and point it to the opposite direction if it fails. Because everybody's watching that formation. So everybody's taking a position on there. So when it fails, everybody wants to get out of their positions.
Wow.
My favorite's on OBV. I like OBV a lot, especially the head and shoulders or inverse head and shoulders. For that exact reason, just many look at it on price, but most don't look at OBV or RSI.
Yeah.
I don't see it though, fine. I don't see the inverse head and shoulders on the weekly. Let me see. Maybe it's my RSI that's messed up.
Hang on, I'm going to share this with everyone and we'll take a look at it in a second. Vale, pues estamos viendo el oro bastante bien, honestamente. Si lo estamos viendo en la semanal, pueden ver, estamos en una deliciosa tendencia alcista. Rompimos este nivel de máximos que fue 1, 2, 3, 4. Y aquí arriba, ¿qué estamos haciendo? Estamos haciendo más o menos un doble tope, si lo quieren ver así. 1, 2. O puedes considerarlo 1, 2. Depende de cómo lo veas. Yo creo que esto es uno, este es otro. Y sobre todo, en la semanal todavía no juega, pero es lo que estamos viendo. Esta línea de tendencia que viene arriba la ha respetado perfectamente el precio, por eso todavía la tengo acá. Pero estamos viendo que en la semanal el oro tuvo un fuerte rechazo acá y luego vino a intentar regresarlo y otro fuerte rechazo. Y ahora aquí tienes el EMA 9 en los 2,383. Abajito viene el EMA 21 en los 3,322, lo que probablemente me haga pensar que el precio, si rechaza aquí y pierde el EMA 9, venga a buscar los 3,231. Y me gusta que diga yo, esto fue lo que dijo Alex, no crean que me lo estoy sacando del culo. Si rompemos eso, bueno, puedes esperar más a la baja, pero uno paso a paso. Cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, es un poco de lo mismo. Aquí está el doble tope que está enseñando Alex, pero acá tenemos un problema. Acá ya rompimos y estamos intentando ganar de vuelta el 21 y el 9. De nuevo, 21 es amarillo y el 9. ¿Qué es lo que necesitamos el día de hoy? Queremos, uno, no perder esta tendencia alcista que está creando altos, nuevos altos, aunque este es un alto más bajo que este oficialmente. Y también no quieres perder este nivel de los 2,275. Si fueras a perder eso, probablemente vayas a caer aún más. Pero de nuevo, paso a paso, el primer nivel en el que tienes que poner los ojos es en en el de los 2,331. Es básicamente eso, honestamente. Paso a paso, ver si puedes retomar este nivel. O sea, si eres alcista en el oro, quieres que en la diaria retome ese nivel, también en la semanal, que no pierdas el EMA 9 y sigas ahí. Pero es básicamente eso. Pero este rechazo nos hace pensar que muy probablemente sí vayamos a visitar esta línea. Si vienes a visitar esta línea, Tienes que ver que aguante el 2278. Si no, rompes completamente esta estructura y podrías decir que va a haber más camino a la baja, damas y caballeros. Alrighty. What were we saying before?
Yeah, the RSI on gold.
Oh, hang on. Let me show you show me the RSI on gold.
So right here is where I have the inverse head and shoulders, right? And we're right here at the neckline on this RSI. So if we were to break this neckline, we would apply the same move to the downside, which would first give us this middle zone, and then after that, the bearish control zone. And the prices on those are 2283. And this is going to go up with every monthly closure because gold is very slow. But right now it's 2283 and 2100. Those are going to move up.
It does make sense.
Yeah, but we would, and what also lines up with this neckline is the edge of the bullish control zone. So we would be getting kicked out of the bullish control zone as well. So the bears are fully in control.
I mean, at some point, gold has to eat dick, right? It just keeps going up and up and up and up. And now everyone's made it a thing that you got to put your money in gold because otherwise you're going to lose money.
Peter Schiff was already getting horny.
Yeah, so I'm saying when a lot of people are guaranteed a trade and they're expecting that to just continue to appreciate without even looking at the downside, that's when you get fucked. So I'm sure there's a lot of people about to get fucked.
Have you seen how many Instagram influencers are shilling gold right now?
No.
Yeah, they're like, and they're not even shilling spot. They're like, come to this company and you can buy a gold investment here. Where you don't hold gold, you don't hold spot, you don't hold anything. You just hold a share of a company that owns gold. It's just retarded.
Those people using proxies are they're never going to learn their lesson.
Until they get a little visit from the CFTC.
Well, that's a different one. Once they do that, then yes, they might learn their lesson because they're in prison.
Kim Kardashian didn't really. She only took a 250K hit.
It's my girl. Very proud of her. Hang on.
What's next?
Did we break it? What the fuck? I just want to do the.
That is interesting. Gold's at an important level though. On the weekly and the 9, but then also in the fib, bearish retracement, it's at that 0.5 level. So lines up perfectly with the 9. Kind of just like we've been seeing across the whole board, just the levels here that everything's at, super important, crucial, especially like on these higher time frame levels, like a weekly.
Oh yeah, those are fucked in many of these things.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. How's Bitcoin doing? How's the corn?
1 second.
I think it was moving down last I saw.
Yeah. Now here, tell me, Farhan, if you look at this, DXY.
Okay.
Right?
It's not the cleanest, but it would be valid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Weekly.
On the weekly, and then you zoom in, and this is like the neckline, right?
Yeah.
So that's broken, and you had the breakdown, but this motherfucker came back up, and to me, the confirmation lies at 103.109, and it wants to close up here. So that means that this fucking thing has a chance of doing this. Like, do you measure from
you
where?
measure it? You measure it from the neckline.
From the neckline. Okay, so same thing. So it can go up to 106.
That would not be pretty for risk at all.
That would make sense though, based on what we're seeing. If this motherfucker doesn't break,
that would be a pretty strong weekly candle as well.
This is even worse. Or am I crazy here?
No, it's there. And the neckline would be right like that diagonal line.
Right. Kind of like this. Well, yeah, you would lower it.
Something like that, yeah.
So if this one doesn't play out, let's say, let's measure if it plays out or it doesn't play out. Plays out. Awesome.
Yeah.
Dollar came to 95. We're old rich. Champagne's pouring out of everyone's asshole and everyone's enjoying their crypto. Like Trump said, You go out there and have fun with your crypto. All right, I had a lot of fun with my Bitcoin. And then if it plays to the upside, oh, fuck, it's
man.
coming here.
Retest that breakdown zone.
And this is like perfect.
Yeah, it lines
Holy
right up
shit,
to the
on
dollar.
a monthly. So it's going to take a while, which makes sense because when everything goes to shit, the dollar goes completely parabolic, like in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, fuck us, right?
That's why it's been interesting because like this time, it feels like there's no balance in the force. When I say that, like when all the crazy shit was going on, markets are dumping. We also had Dixie dumping pretty hard. So overall, as it stands, when I look at Dixie, I know on risk on and like specifically Bitcoin, it hasn't been correlating too much. The way I see Dixie too, it looks like in a weekly downtrend to me. Confirmed if we can break 166. But just something I noticed. Just the last 3 months on Dixie has been pretty much just down only. With one nice green candle. Last 2 months has been down only. I'll say that. And then on Bitcoin, it's just been I don't know. The correlation hasn't been 1-for-1 like we usually see.
Yeah.
Very interesting time.
One second. Trying to see about volatility. It is increasing on the monthly and on the daily around the area where we at. But where it got crazier, obviously, was right. It's kind of like the same size, actually.
Yeah. I found it interesting how your head and shoulder target gave us 96 to the downside because I have the same level at 96, 97, 96, 68.
Yeah, I've been looking around that zone too.
And to me the monthly looks like it's in a downtrend. We just need to break that low that basically we formed on December 1st. But it's clear as day we made the high, came down, wick load, another lower high, and then that's the hopium is okay, we didn't break that low, but then we kind of formed another lower high here, so we just need that lower low, which was basically the December low, December 1st on the monthly. So interesting.
Now, I want to ask you guys, if you know this, a question. Let me show you. So I put the Bollinger Bands, right?
Mm-hmm.
Daily chart. The monthly chart kind of shows like the same type of pattern. 1 second. Let me just readjust this shit. And what do I mean by that? That it's getting tighter, right? Like these motherfuckers are getting tighter. Now, I'm going to go on the daily, readjust this, and show you this. Before the big ass move that he did, this is how tight the bands got. Do you agree that this is the tightest point in there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So if this is the tightest point, and I don't know if this means anything, and I grab it and put it here, it's the same size of volatility, almost the same size of volatility. It's like two days, it'll be like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it does apply in the same, like, does that have any relation whatsoever to this type of move that we saw up to the 115?
No, in my opinion, not really. And it depends on like see, and with the Bollinger Bands, it just basically measures like when volatility is really contracted. It won't measure up or down. And the pinch, as we know, is when it's like at its tightest point. But on that example, in my opinion, it kind of matters too, like the structure.
It could be to the downside too, right?
100%.
Yeah.
And that's why I think structure is important. So like when on Dixie, I'm seeing it potentially being in a weekly, monthly downtrend. We have the Bollinger Bands being really tight. We on the monthly on your Bollinger Band, to me, it looked like a failed breakdown back into the Bollinger Band range. Now at the top of it, potentially. Who knows? All I can say is if we do break down, I'll be watching that $96 region, which if those bands do break, would probably give us fuel to go down. But we're at a point where, yeah, you're right. Dixie is showing us on the daily those bands are pinching. So theoretically, we will see some volatility there soon, up or down. And I always wonder then, do we have anything news related this week? And we have right now, it says, we have PPI month over month on August 13th. So, maybe that's where we get the expansion. But yeah, interesting.
And from that Bollinger Bands, you can get an actual number with the Bollinger Bands with the percentile. And that's telling you right now as well that volatility is expanding off of extreme lows. Right now, to get this to favor the move, it's the upside on Dixie, the weekly momentum pivot is 104.14. And it's at the very low level, so it's going to be hard to keep the bears to keep this down. Any weekly close over 104.14, and then this volatility move will apply to the upside. Otherwise, it'll apply to the downside.
Wow. Okay. That's pretty good. That's good to know. Good to know, motherfucking boys. All right, let's see. Next one. What is Mitsui & Co.?
I wish they would write tickers.
I know. And by the way, there's a billion Mitsui & Co. No, there's one Mitsui & Co. company. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, I have no idea.
So it's listed on the FINRA, so it's a bond. Okay.
I'm not getting any data at all from this.
How interesting.
No clue. No, there's nothing here. This is what my screen looks like on that. Hang on. Oh, I don't want to share it in my screen name. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's how mine looks too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry, Luis. We're not checking Mitsui. This is absolutely insane. What the fuck are you doing in this chart? What's going on? What's going on over here?
Jesus.
Let me put it on the weekly so we get a better. The monthly?
This looks like an illiquid shitcoin. Like maybe $50 are traded every day.
The face value is $1 million. Outstanding amount $500,000. There's nothing. This is just a bond. There's no liquidity. Trading liquidity. It's just literally a bond. Got it. Makes sense. What about Oklo? Taking a huge shit today. Breaking through all of my levels, of course, to the downside. Making a triple bottom.
Let's see.
We're below every single moving average.
Yeah.
We are getting extreme volatility, though. Like very, very, very extreme. Am I going to do this one?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I already got it pulled up.
1 second.
God, this chart looks bad. If this is the one we're doing. Yeah.
All right. So right here we have a silver cross to the downside. Mm-hmm. We retested it, rejected it, and ended up making another low. Right now we have momentum at volatility. At very extreme levels, and we held it from April all the way until July. We've held very extreme volatility. Right now, volatility is starting to contract, and momentum is on the floor. It's currently pointed up after this close over 749. We're above that by about 10 cents. If we do close above that, momentum will start to flip back up while volatility flips down. That's going to tell us that price is correcting, and we should look for another lower high to get back into a short. Okay. We currently have a gap, sort of a gap, but not really, right here around this 9 EMA, which would be our first target based off of this volatility contraction and this silver cross. This 9 EMA currently sits at around $8.60. We would look for a short entry over here, and our stop loss would be this 21 EMA. If we get any close over this 21 EMA, then we would probably expect that we test these previous highs here. But as it's looking based on momentum and volatility, it looks like this is going to reject, because when this moves up, this is a stock, so it doesn't move quite as fast, and this is a weekly as well. So this line is going to keep going up with every single weekly close. By the time it gets up to this zone right here, the middle zone, at this point the bears will be back in control, and it will be very easy for them to push momentum back over to the downside. And at that point, if we're still rejecting these major EMAs, it's going to form another nasty candle, another rejective high, and then we're going to end up breaking these lows very likely from here. Let's see if I can get a target from this. This is going to be in Hades, this target.
Oh, it's going to be a negative one, right?
Oh yeah, this is not even something you could take seriously. Negative 16, 17 cents.
You're gonna owe money for holding the stock.
They're gonna hit you up. They're gonna be like, "Where's my money?"
Where's my money, bitch? What do you
Like,
mean? The stock went to zero. No. It went under zero. You owe us.
and it's gone. This monthly looks like absolute death. It looks like a pump and dump shitcoin right here. This previous monthly candle was probably the biggest bearish engulfing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Ever. Yeah.
We're getting the same thing right here where volatility is at extremes. So we should probably look for some consolidation here, a retest, maybe another lower high before we move down. On the monthly, it's not looking nearly as good as the weekly in terms of momentum, if you can even say the weekly is looking good. Because it's still pointed very heavily to the downside. And our pivot to flip it up for the month is $16.50.
Oh,
right now, that's more than twice what price action is right now.
Yeah.
So we would look for somewhere around here on this 9, see if it lines up. It's around $9.60. Does that give us something on the weekly? That would be somewhere around this 21 EMA and 55. Once the 55 goes down, it's probably going to be around that $9.50. Makes another nice rejective high there. By that point, this momentum would probably be reset back down to these middle levels, and we can get another expansion. I don't want to say zero, but I find it really hard to not say zero looking at a chart like this. Let's look at divergences, Oklo. This will tell us if we have any major bearish divergences. Right now, we don't really on the weekly, monthly, not sort of. We sort of have a little bit of hidden bearish divergence in the monthly, but it's already played out because we've touched the bearish control zone right here. So if we were to lose this zone right here, then we would target this bearish critical zone, which right now it's so low that it tells you impossible because it goes back that negative number. So right now it will not even tell you this. I don't want to say zero, but I keep coming back to zero.
Yeah. It's another one of those bad things to fucking. Although I gotta say, this is a play on nuclear energy with Sam Altman, right? And he wants to make his new nuclear reactors. You don't have a lot of history on the chart because the chart became real once the SPAC invested in their company.
Oh, I see.
So this is what I always tell people. These are really hard to gauge, like including the Donald Trump one, which is absolute bullshit because they make like $1 million in revenue and they're valued at billions. But on this, you kind of have to wait to play out. Whether it goes to zero, it can go to zero, right? Like Sam Altman can just be doing a pump and dump because, you know, he needs more money apparently. But I feel like eventually this could do well, but just not right now, not in the immediate future, if you will.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let me share with everybody. Vale, aquí tienen Oklo, damas y caballeros. Esta es una empresa de energía nuclear para mini reactores que Sam Altman está haciendo de OpenAI. Podemos ver bastante bajista en la diaria, en la mensual. Bueno, que les digo, aquí tenemos la semanal. Lo que estamos viendo es simplemente altos más bajos y bajos más bajos. Aquí tuvimos un bajo más bajo, lo que probablemente va a llevar el precio más para abajo, aunque no lo crean, ¿no? Les voy a poner estos. Podemos ver que estamos literalmente abajo de absolutamente todos los niveles de por acá, el EMA, SMA, etcétera. Los voy a llevar a la diaria. Y en la diaria pueden ver qué es lo que se ve en la tabla. Muy probablemente el precio venga a buscar el EMA 9 por ahí de los 8.20, pero pueden ver acá cómo está el amarillo en los 8.43. Tal vez el precio revisite estos niveles antes de seguir bajando. Y cuando tiras un Fibonacci en esto para ver qué tanto va a bajar, te da un cero. Cuando Farhan lo mide en volatilidad, pero esta es una tabla que no está completa. Entonces, para muchos de ustedes, esto se puede ir a cero, por supuesto, pero también es muy difícil leer una tabla que es tan joven, porque aunque tenga historial, ese historial no le pertenece a Oklo. Esto le pertenece al fondo y esto es ya con la entrada de Sam Altman, que parece que se lo llevó a la chingada una vez que entró, pero ahí lo tienen. Cuando las velas crecen, eso quiere decir que hay más acción, más volumen, etcétera, y es lo que estamos viendo. Whew.
Nice.
All right. I think we can call it a day now after 4 hours of this bullshit.
Yeah.
Is there anything you guys want to add?
No, always a good stream. Went smooth. Fine, you're probably muted. And Yeah, no.
I was
looking forward to the
muted.
next one.
Hey, at least we learned everything looks like garbage.
Yeah, right? That's fucking wild because at first, if you're just looking at the charts, you see the rebounds and you see all the green, you're like, oh, this is amazing. But if you just let it play out a little bit longer, you're starting to realize that these might be opportunities to be sold for the big guys to sell on the bounces on the way up. So at least that's what it's favoring, in my view, what's happening.
Another thing you have to remember is that it's still the beginning of August. All the big money movers are still on summer vacation. Just imagine towards the end of August when they get back to the office and they fat finger that sell button.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be
no, good point.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind. All righty, boys, I'm gonna pimp you guys out one more time and let us motherfucking roll. Ok, y ya saben, mis estimados, si quieren venirse a darse una vuelta aquí, ver a Farhan y Alex, estudiar sus análisis, vénganse al Discord, está en la descripción del video de YouTube, también se los puse en el chat varias veces, el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan, aquí están los saludillos, aquí pueden venir a platicar con todos, aquí vengan a presumirnos cuánto ganaron en su trade en Bluefin o en BitGet. Tenemos el chat general con todos estos cracks compartiendo información y entre todos ustedes también se van a ayudar a crecer muchísimo. Así que no se lo pierdan. Elite Trading Academy es completamente gratis. Y pues bueno, nos vemos la próxima semana, señores. La próxima semana. Nos vemos el viernes. Cuídense mucho y gracias por todo. Say goodbye, guys. Bye.
Adios.
I don't know why I like that, but adios.